these like techie names.
Yeah, now that you spelled it, I know exactly what it is. Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Let me ask you something. Do either of you guys juice vegetables with salad?
Oh wait, I know what this is. I don't. If I'm gonna get fruit juice, I'm buying a thing of it from the store. Orange juice, apple juice.
Ew.
Brand, whatever. They have the.
What about lemonade?
It dripped on me. I don't need to buy the fruit and make it myself. I have a what do they call that? One of those knife pitchers that. Yes, thank you. Knife pitcher.
Knife pitcher.
I'm a little scared that I knew exactly what that is.
Oh my god.
You're fluent in the way to knees. I don't like that. I don't like that. It's not good.
Yay! Okay, alright, so the juice serum was a device. And I can't remember if it started on Kickstarter or something.
I want to be a part of that.
But no, it was founded in 2013. Oh, okay. So it had like the star people, seal, something. Like, the whole concept of drinking juice, like this and making it kind of the purity of juice. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so, all of the device that originally that it was in March of 2016 cost $700. Shit, okay? $700.
Hey, by horse.
For the chain. And the setup video, Zero, was like a 10-minute video.
I'm sorry, horse.
Set it up on your pencil. Plug it in. Next state limiting system update. Then insert your packet. And now,
there we go.
And so the hilarious thing about it was the entire $700 was unnecessary because they sold packets of juice and you could squeeze it with your hands to get the juice out.
Yeah, so
my horse.
It's like a Keurig with nothing on the front except for one button. Yep. What you do is when you want a glass of juice, you go to the fridge, you pull out a plastic bag that's pre-filled with some stuff, you put it in the machine.
There we go.
The machine does squeeze it out. Why am I an alien? What does that do? It literally just, even if it was whole fruits and it was a special bag contraption and it somehow did something special to cause it to shit out juice instead of pulp. Like, what? Why? Why does this exist?
Yeah, exactly. I kind of love it. They still make it. No, they suspended sale a few years ago because no one was buying it. And also, it was just a terrible device and it didn't make any sense and everyone made fun of it. It was the culmination of Silicon Valley trying to technify or like bring everything into the Internet of Things, which is like, it's great. It's so uselessly stupid. You could take an apple in your hand and you could squeeze it with muscles and you could get more juice out of it than this. Or you could just eat the fucking apple. I don't like juice. Can I just say that much? You just, if you want to get the nutrition, just eat the goddamn vegetable or goddamn fruit. Just eat it. It's there. You get the skin. You get extra nutrients. You squeeze all the fiber out of it while it's still in all the other nutrients that are stuck in the cell. Freaking vegetable. Just eat the goddamn vegetable.
I can't match your level of outrage, but I have to agree completely. I get the idea of like orange juice is really tasty. Apple juice is like tasty, right?
Yeah.
But it's a sugar drink. It's like natural soda. If you're juicing anything, you're essentially squeezing out the wetness and throwing away all of the part that matters. The main thing about vegetables and fruit, especially fruit, because the juice is the thing that contains a lot of sugar. In most fruit, the thing that contains anything of actual value or nutrition is the pulp.
Yeah.
It's the skin, it's the cell walls, it's the everything that can the liquid is basically just sucralose and water. That's what like sugar. I like juice. It's good, but like it's not healthy.
No, there's the same amount of sugar in a glass of orange juice as there is in like a glass of Coca-Cola. Like any soda. It's really true. It may not be exactly the same, but it's close.
I just googled how much sugar is in a glass of orange.
Yeah. While juices are more nutritious than sodas, they often contain just as much sugar. A 12-ounce glass of orange juice contains nearly the same amount of sugar as a can of Coke, around 10 teaspoons of sugar. 10 teaspoons
of sugar. Scoop a spoon in a bowl 10 times into a glass of water. That's how much sugar.
I could eat I think sugar cubes.
Well, yeah.
I love sugar cubes.
It seems like a steak. Yeah, it's like ordering a salad with like bacon and like Caesar salad. Yeah, sure. But I feel like you're skipping on the only good part of the salad. You're really adding in all the bacon to the salad.
Dude, fuck you.
And like, I love a salad with chicken fingers on it, but that's not the same.
When you can't see green from all the white from the ranch dressing anymore, your salad ain't healthy.
We choose like you choose your neighbors like what? Pretty much anything, man. Liquid. Pretty much any organic thing, generally.
You put ice in there, would it juice down the water, or would it just crush the ice?
I think if you did it fast enough, you'd end up with kind of like a crushed ice situation.
Yeah, you get a slush. This sounds fantastic. I want one of these.
They probably make them probably stuff that works more consistently.
Can you juice like French fries? You're talking about the juicing and liquefying, right? No, I put a squeeze and get out of the French fry with you oil.
I mean, that's probably a very small water, but it probably steamed out.
Yeah.
I like that the soup was a big tech, and somehow you found an actual thing that's so bad that it sounds like a show from some like B sci-fi movie.
You want to know the they're making another Kickstarter. They called the Juice Cube, and it looks exactly the fucking same. I mean, so and it raised the animal. Guess how much it raised?
Like $9 million. Oh shit. Maybe they do sell that. It also shows people prepping their own fruit and vegetables and then putting it into the bag of a juice here. So you can make your own smoothie. It's simply in the dumbest way you could imagine.
What is this pouch that you guys keep? I don't understand the pouches. I thought you took an apple or a green bean, you put it in there, you squeeze it. Where's the put the pouch?
That's why it's that's a juicer from like the 80s. That's the stupid.
Yes.
Look. Put it in a pouch and then have a machine
Put the green bean in a pouch?
Yeah. Like do anything or whatever.
No, I'm lazy. That's my pouch.
To describe it any more accurately than we have. It's a plastic pouch filled with fruits and vegetables. You slide the plastic pouch into the machine. The machine does nothing other than squeeze the plastic pouch so that juice pees out the bottom.
That's it's great. What's wrong with this product? I love this. Okay, this one does say it gives like 8 soaps, but I'm also assuming in the grand scheme of juicers, like I bet
Welcome,
since
dear
that
customer.
can do like 8
Welcome,
pounds
you
of force. I just
customer.
have nothing to compare.
Please,
Because
I'm
I imagine the
hungry.
amount of force to squeeze the juice out of it compared to your mama.
Oh.
God, that,
You calm down, man. You get your head together.
I like that product.
Hey, buy yourself some food.
That sounds like you channel that can exist, honestly.
Bag and squeeze. YouTube.com/user/bag and squeeze. They have done like new things on that. I watched it the other day. Like they put hamburgers. They did try and squeeze the hamburgers.
Oh, no.
And you know what? It does go through the tube. It really does. What if you juice a bottle of orange juice juice become orange juice with glass chunks in it?
What if you did that and just water came out as a sort of state in the juicer, like magic?
And also, when have you ever seen a glass juice? Good answer.
For eating the problem, running real fake piece of ridiculous nonsense. Point 3.
Thank you.
4 points to win.
Do you wait for my turn? No, not to show you.
Alright, it's your turn, Wade. Let's come up.
Alright. Introducing the NPM. You guys, we've all had friends.
Hey. Okay, that was pretty badass.
Anyone younger than us, expression oh, absolutely not. We're basically you guys know about this?
Like the military grade, like sound weapon thing. Yeah, I've seen that.
I've never actually like I swear I really you stand in front of it to do.
Well, it's like a huge array of like fire targeting sound, right? But when you see videos of it used on people, they react like they're dying shoved into their head.
And it's here. I'll put an image in this. But at 15 meters, and 15 meters is a good distance away. Like that's at least a, like at 100 meters, it's extreme pain. 100 meters, longer than a football field away, extreme pain. 300 meters, severe headaches.
What if you put your head in it? Do you actually explode? I would assume. Or you You've seen those YouTube videos where like you hear someone like shatter this glass down my voice using resonant frequency. The next challenge for that needs to be I'm gonna juice this credit using only the sound of my voice and the resonance inside. look right now. What we're looking at is someone dressed up in like futuristic RoboCop outfit, holding a sound gun, blowing a hole through a wall that says "hardened bunker" next to it. That also is damaging a blue box called Target, and apparently the enemy is just knocked unconscious on the floor.
We rarely receive fascinating so about the birth you have. Rise with us. It is now you believe. The drawing room I am telling. The drawing is the key.
Thanks.
From living and non-living material.
Yeah, guys, and for everyone listening at home, we have to get our website up, distractedpodcast.com. We are going.
Bro, not that heavy.
I don't know if that's there. Go to distractedpodcast.com, crash the website, do whatever you want to it right now, and eventually there will be stuff there. Don't right now. That's
It's been so many episodes already working against each other. Find our idea for the sonic wave. Shut up.
I am under lady.
And you have lunch. Your enemies choose.
You. What in heaven, a volcano? I hope you won't. Well, as long as you... I thought you were tough. Perhaps playing that part, look, know that the path you walk, before you consider...
Big time points.
This blasphemous path leads up... Before you consider...
Someday and
this, before you consider...
like feasible and hilarious. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have to say, I did my own research for this one. Oh. Because the thing that inspired this is a drama of the internet that has been unfolding over the last half decade, approximately. Have you guys ever heard? Bracelet, circuit bracelet. Just listen. I don't know if you came up with a name, but it's not even found. It's a blue bracelet that theoretically wear your wrist. Actually, speak for it. First, you wear it on your wrist, like a little smartphone. But on the inside, on the inside of your arm, it projects the blue bracelet and projects the screen onto your arm, like sci-fi style, and the screen is fully touchscreen, like an Android phone. I have watched videos on it. Have you guys ever seen this? There was a whole Kickstarter thing where it was one of those thing where they pitched the idea, and everyone was kind of like, "That'd be really cool. Like that sounds like it could exist. That sounds, feasible. Sure, some version of it may exist, some sort of tech, demo of it potentially." It appears to be gone forever. But the bracelet, he's this guy that he breaks down like shot for shot both how the video is clearly faked, how it's like computer graphics overlaid over the images that they filmed, and also how this technology exists and the technology will he raised, I think, hundreds of thousands of dollars, tons of that. This huge weird case study that just utter bullshit being shilled, and then the company's gone.
That's it's legitimately fascinating because I'm looking at something new right now. That couldn't be believable. Just the way they again, admittedly, these are screenshots, but just the idea behind it, it seems like something that would be easily but I can totally see how someone's just like, yeah, we'll scan. It reminds me of the reasons that people wear the like magnets or like the magnets or whatever it is, like whatever. And this is like someone wanted that idea in the 21st century. Like someone in the middle of the mall, you know, they don't even have a mall. They're just like standing in between a pillar, and they I hate those people. You want it? And then they put a bracelet on. They actually shove you first. You know, they come up to you like, hey, you're off balance. And then you fall over. Like, why you don't have bracelets, bitch?
I want a sonic cannon.
We need a
Did you read the letter? That is the task. You will be compensated once the deed is done. If you are loath to hunt, but you must leave this house. This is a war against the... We have no place for the meek.
But would you have
Northern.
bought this? Like, you came across
You've completed
this, the
your
right
task. I am
life on the
pleased.
internet, and it was, I don't know.
Now you are...
it was
This is
probably
your
like-
reward.
Yeah, but if it was, you know,
Hell yeah.
Never forget.
something, it was
That
mainly a
the
projector
way
on your
is it is
wrist.
the truth.
Yeah, so it's literally a bracelet, and the image is projected out of the bracelet onto your skin.
It's one of those things where, like, when the first Oculus Rift came out, it compared to what it it's the jankiest thing that you could possibly imagine, right? However, it didn't work. And, like, you could put that headset on, you could move your head around, and you could be in the world. And I
So,
remember playing
you
Gumby
bloody...
Gazelle
Then I shall
whenever
introduce
they're
myself.
slapping,
Banal.
like, my nose. And
A
that was amazing.
recusant.
So I can
Recusants have
totally see
particular
how
battle
people might
arts.
misconstrue being like,
Styles. Why not add some to your repertoire?
even if it was janky, I want to see it. So if you believe that it's actually a product, then, like, why not? You know, it does seem like something that could exist and that maybe would expand beyond. But at the same time, we're showing a lot of
Come to understand now to take power under recusants must hunt to raise the flag of revolt against this sanctity. We recusants must become the... All you can do is laugh.
Why would I speak?
Well,
Speak? I mean, if you could project, like, you know, if you could stand back and project onto, like, a wall or
Have you
something, like, you know, you're
any
hanging out with your
strange
friend,
something beyond
like, type on your
half-fetisism?
watch, and then all of a sudden the brick
Some
wall
like
display the image, like, that'd be pretty cool. It's not my skin, it'd be like, I don't know what I'd want to look at that badly, that quickly, that has to be like that. I don't know. Maybe the later iterations, yeah, but the first I'd be like, I feel like that was like the iPhone stuff too, like, the first time they were like, flip phone, no longer needed, you can have a big screen. I was like, that's stupid, I hate it, I don't want it. Really? When I saw the first iPhone, it blew my fucking mind. I had no idea that was even a thing that you could do. The screen itself was always like very futuristic for me, you know. Yeah. And so whenever I saw like the first execution of a touchscreen with your finger and your stylus, I was like this. It just seemed like this quantum leap ahead in technology. I didn't see coming. So I was so excited. I didn't get my phone until like GS. But like getting that's pretty cool. It was like that's third gen. iPhone, then iPhone G, and then iPhone. And then it was like, oh my god, it changed my entire life experience. Suddenly, to this day, everyone has paid for this every single day, and you can't do none. Before that, I did not have the excuse of pulling something out of my pocket and looking at it, or even like the maneuvering it. And it started looking at his phone, playing like home games, like I think it was stupid, like instant money, like whatever thing. It's like dumbass game, terrible game. They're no different today, but it's still stupid to this day. But it's pretty close. Yeah, I think like the first real like panic attack, like freak out that I ever had in my life was when I got my first smartphone. I was obsessed with it. It was one of those things where I got like because I followed it. It was coming out. I was obsessed with it. I was playing. My parents bought it. It was like 2008 or 2009 for my birthday. I got a T-Mobile G1, the first Android phone that ever existed. Like it was.
Sorry, bro.
Like space technology. This is like alien shit. Like doesn't exist. Yeah. And I opened it and I held it in my hand, and I didn't say. I was freaking out. He like walked downstairs. We were going somewhere. And like dinner, and this was my parents, and we were in bed, and I was sitting there staring at my hands, holding this thing in my hand. like hyperventilating, having this whole breakdown of just like, I can't believe this exists. And I still remember that feeling because there's a lot of shit that exists now. Where like the first time I used a VR headset, like that's a good example. I put it on and you look at it. No one who used first generation VR was like, whoa, it's realistic. Like you look at it, you can see the pixels, you can see all the flaws of it. But then you start playing a game and you're just like,
Yeah.
no, this is not real. This is real. Something like, yeah, something about technology, just like somewhere deep inside me, when I really touch something that's novel and that really changes how I get to interact with technology or how my life works, it freaks me out.
Wait, what was your first or something like this?
I mean, going way back, the first time I think technology blew me away was when the PlayStation 2 came out.
Legit.
I remember launching that up. Like, I didn't know I was going to get it either because it was like, every time a new console comes out, how hard it is to get. So my mom waited in line like 6 hours to get it. And I remember I had a friend over. We plugged it in, turned it on. And compared to like PlayStation graphics, Nintendo graphics, and everything else, now looking back, the graphics are more impressive. But at the time, comparatively, like it was mind blowing how realistic that was.
Aw.
This looks like an actual cave or temple, whatever. Like, this is amazing.
I've always, I don't know if I've said this to you guys, but I've always thought that inspiration is like the most valuable thing you can give to people. Like
I see you've
above
performed
almost
enough as your
everything else in
usual
terms of humanity. Like the
Thank you.
reason, like
Back of the
landing
true
people on the
ruler of
moon,
this
not even
manor.
just like
The
America,
Earth
but
Tree
landing
blessed the
people on
time,
the
but
moon
it was
so
all
important.
too
Like from a
meager. The
cost
tarnished
perspective,
like the shower
from a
lord is the
practicality
earth.
perspective,
When we
yeah,
are
sure,
weird,
there's
if
science
you
and stuff,
follow the
but like
lords,
for
it
everyone's
cannot.
day-to-day life, it doesn't really affect it. But the
If you follow,
moment,
it
the
cannot come.
footage of people seeing that someone landed on the moon, that changed an entire generation's perspective of what was even possible. Like,
I thought that was fake.
Get that started, man. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy you. No, but just like things like this are essential because it sparks imagination in future generations. It sets a standard of default, right? It makes it so that the next generation is like, oh yeah, we can do that. For the people that see it in their life, they're like, that's fucking amazing, incredible. And then for the next generation, they're like, oh, of course we can land on the moon. Why wouldn't we? And then the expectations just keep exceeding themselves. And like when people see, oh my god, these Falcon boosters landing. When I saw that starship coming down, that undershot of it, I don't know if you guys saw it. It crashed anyway, but even just the shot of it, it looked CG. I was like, there's no fucking way this is real. But it was.
Watching all the vectoring of the three engines under the.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. You know what this always makes me wonder? Because we're kind of in a middle ground generationally.
Yeah.
We're kind of in this place where like we basically grew up with the internet, right? But like the internet wasn't really completely ubiquitous. I would say until maybe high school for us.
Yeah.
I basically feel like I grew up with the internet. I always had computers around. My dad was a computer guy. Both my parents were software engineers. I studied that in college.
Yeah.
I grew up around computers and stuff, but it's a whole different thing from like, I'm familiar with computers. I'm totally competent using like a cell phone. I don't find it mysterious, where I feel like our parents' generation, still the idea of the touch screen, how cell phones work, the like logic of how new, smaller computers work is so crazy to them. Like my parents were software engineers, but when they were in college, they were like making computer code on punch cards where you're physically punching out ones and zeros on a stack of like 500 index cards, and then you feed them into the machine and it executes your code. And I feel like we're in a whole different generation of what we view as computers and the internet and where it's coming from and how it works versus like the Zoomers, not to use a derogatory term, but you know, Gen Z kids have grown up with, they've all had iPhones their whole life. It's not even crazy to them that touchscreens exist. They don't even question it. Like you said, Mark, the default standard existence for them is internet's everywhere, 4G is everywhere. You can Google anything on demand. You can have any music or media you want in any location. If a Gen Z kid ends up in a place where there's no cell service, they're like, what is this? The Middle Ages? You're like, what? And like, that's annoying to me. but I remember cell service was a function. My dad has a cell phone, and it was like, they use cell service, like, sometimes. Like, call, maybe, you need it, but you don't expect it. Like, it's just, I'm so curious what the new generations, the youngest generation's perspective is on tech. Imagine what they're going to create that we can't even fathom.
That's true.
They're going to see things that blow their mind that we won't even comprehend. You know, maybe we wouldn't be alive for.
What's the point where, like, yeah, we're going to see them have their mind-blowing things out? Because I remember, like, junior high, high school, when some people started getting cell phones, because that was definitely not a thing, like, in elementary school, even middle school, I don't remember anyone having a cell phone. My aunt had one for work, and, like, that was it. And I remember my grandma getting one, she played, like, Snake on the cell phone, it was the only game. That it was just all. Internet-wise, like, I would use dial-up, to play Diablo, like Diablo 2. That was pretty much it. I would get on the internet to play Diablo 2. There was no browsing the internet. I don't think I used the internet for hardly anything until MySpace and Facebook popped up. Everyone had the MySpace, and like it was crazy when they added the ability to like have music playing or whatever. Facebook cropped up, and it was literally only for like college kids, I think. It was not meant for anyone like younger than college kids. We all like made fake accounts to get on there.
You like had to have an EDU email, and it was like invite us the whole thing. But only.
There was no browsing the internet for things. Social media, I mean, I guess there was Instant Messenger, AOL Instant Messenger. Everyone had like an AIM account, but like, I didn't really feel like you were online that. It was like you'd have a game up, or you'd be playing Minesweeper or something, you'd have AIM up and just be chatting with like schoolmates and stuff.
Yeah.
And now, to your point about like technology passing us by, I don't know if you guys watched any of like the Senate hearings or whatever it was, Zuckerberg, and then they had the other guy on there too. So it sounds like the politicians had really, really pointed good questions to these guys, and some of them were just like, my phone has Facebook, you get me better internet? It's like, that, what? And it's it's terrifying to think that some of the lawmakers, like, you know, there was the big internet privacy thing a couple of years back. It's terrifying how many people making these big decisions have no idea what or how is technology at all. Like, no clue.
Yeah. That'll be us soon. In the next generation, when Gen Z people are our age and we're the old people, they will have Senate members, Congress people who are like, oh, why would I care if Super Twitter tracks where my footsteps have been? I don't know. I don't even use an H phone.
Yeah.
And all the Zoomers are like, oh God, why are these people in charge? Just go take a nap. God, fuck, stay out of my life.
I think what it is like the idea that learning stops at some point. You know what I mean? It's kind of prevalent in society that once you're done with school, you stop learning. For me, it's never been like that. It's like every day is learning. And I think for you, guys. Also, the internet kind of like encourages a constant seeking of information and constant seeking of new stuff. And what it does is it like basically forces you to keep up, or else you will get lost. So I think there's more past is new. Because I'm not saying that I'm not going to be out of touch with some things, or think that some things are, you know, useful in the long future of when I'm ancient and crumbling, but like at the same time, I think if we just encourage, like for politicians, they should be required to learn new things. They should be taking classes. They should have tutors. There's no excuse for ignorance when it comes to things that are important for society. Like constant education is important in all aspects of life. Constantly seeking information is essential to grow as a person, because you don't stop growing as a person. You may stop physically growing, but you know, just like mentally, like exploring new ideas has to be a natural thing.
We've already reached the point where technology is growing at such a rapid rate that it's actually impossible to be able to properly legislate. I think we're already.
I mean, the nature of the legal system in America is that it's always going to be behind. It's designed to change slowly so that it's not overly reactionary. How slow it should be is debatable. But, you know, on an idealistic level, you don't exactly want every time there's a new revolution, every time something changes the internet in some fundamental way, the way like social media has with its prevalency over the last decade, since it's really become a focal point. You don't really necessarily want that to start changing laws immediately, But it does feel like we're at a place where tech is way out ahead of where laws are at, and people's understanding of what tech can do and how that should be regulated by legal system.
We've been doing YouTube, Twitch, that kind of thing for like basically 8 or 9 years now, almost a decade, and I still feel like it's the Wild West. We don't even have like rules change.
Wonder why we kill these guys.
I talk to them, change the platform all the way on.
I killed my guy already, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Bro's definitely not as strong as he is at Barramagula.
TA?
Yeah, TC.
The FCC, yeah.
Whichever one of those 80 options you guys presented is the real one. Yeah, like, that's all still evolving and changing, and that's just within our industry. We keep up on that like crazy. Like I said, the scary, like, we don't even know all the technology being worked on right now and how to properly legislate and stuff. I just wonder, like, I know it has to be a little bit behind, but you have to wonder if eventually it'll be so far behind that there's just no even catching up. Not just legally, but our own knowledge. Like, there's always, like, that thing where, like, technology will eventually surpass our ability to understand it or whatever. Or AI will be building AI. Like, I don't think we're at that point, but...
No, not yet, but it probably will come. Like, here's something to blow your mind. Comparatively, like, there's very few people that actually, like, would be able to put together by themselves the kind of computer architecture that goes into CPUs.
It's yours.
They're so incredibly complex in the rules to make them. They have software that basically assists them in all aspects to make sure that all the logical processes are going together, because
You're still alive.
it's more than any one person could ever keep track of, and it's more than anything that one like paper document could ever draft up. Like, to lose that and to have to like start over, you have to work.
I wish you could summon him from
Malakath.
Malakath.
They're just like, there are some processes that are incredibly complex that are more than one person can understand. But also, human ingenuity. If we build it ever, we can build it again. Until we get things that are designed by things that we don't understand, we won't reach that point. But that may come in the future.
Well,
We're all gonna die.
we're all lost in the wind. And the wind is the fart of a god. The face of a different god. So, it's insignificant. That sums it up. What are we talking about?
Big tech?
Big tech. Sure, yeah. And of course I remember what you both talked about. I seem to remember giving Wade quite a few points, but then giving Mark a huge boost of points. Yeah, I have to say what we had last week did. Started to sound a little out of touch. Changing out of technology. Started to sound a little scared, man.
Come on.
And to come on,
Same age here, ish.
not for you to give you one. Give you 30 points.
Is that pushing beyond there?
How's it feel to lose again, Mark?
And because your idea, I know I already gave you points for idea, but because your idea was literally so good and I loved it, and like, what do you, I'm gonna give you, wait, I'm gonna give you like 400 more points. The quality of your
Jesus
idea.
Christ.
Oh my God, this is a landslide.
Good God. And let's see what else happened. And for your pick for the first technology that really blew your mind, Wade, that's the PS2. I respect that. I really respect that. I'm gonna give you 75.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna spend all this. We're gonna invest this.
Tally up the scores, and I keep track. Do a little addition. That means today's winner by a landslide is Mark.
What?
Wait. Forgot I gave Mark like 250,000 points.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, man. You laughed at his title. You enjoyed it. You wanted one. You wanted a juice.
How much was my laugh at his title worth?
Look, the specifics escape me. I've already forgotten.
Right. That's fair, I guess.
But you put up a real fight, Wade. Kinda.
No, that's fair.
I think you ended up with at least like 500 points.
I felt pretty good about that until I legitimately I don't know why I care so much.
do you need to give like a speech or something? You alright? Tell you to tear up.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone that liked and followed the podcast. I'd like to thank them personally.
No, you're the real heroes. You're better than everyone who doesn't
Can
like
you
and
like
follow
and
and
follow
subscribe.
podcasts? That'll be-
I don't know. I have no idea. But just, man, every single one of you, true heroes. You're the reason I won this. I give this to you.
Brave Tarnished. I'm
Thank
afraid
you.
this is
All right,
not
well,
what's
thank you
that
so much
peculiar
for
look
listening to
upon you?
Distractable, a
Goodness.
Wood Elf production.
Am I still
This
so
has been
how
Mark, Bob, and
dreadful?
Wade. Check out
Try not
everyone's
to be
social
thanking
medias,
you for
or
treating
whatever.
me
You
as
don't care.
usual,
The real
Brave
thing you gotta do
Tarnished.
is make sure you're
This
following
is my
this
true
podcast
form.
so you
Please
never
forgive
miss
that I
a
do
new
understand.
episode.
This
You're already listening to
duplicity
it, so
is
you're
my
right there.
own
Just click
Lady
the
Tanith
plus,
speaks
click
no
the follow,
falsehoods.
whatever. Yeah,
And the
that's the end. Congratulations
Lady
to Mark.
Tanith,
Good
I
effort,
am
Wade.
told
Yeah,
I was
thanks.
born
I hope
by
that
the
your
great that my
idea
mother
doesn't exist. That
cherishes
feels
this
like
form.
it totally exists.
I guess I used it on
I
myself
am
this
proud
episode.
of what a people are cruel.
Mark, since you're the winner,
And
do you
so
want to do
I
the
you
honors?
are
Do
not
you
like
want to say it?
I love this
person.
person.
A secret now. I share the
Congrats,
secrets
Wade,
with
on
you. Please
the
keep them.
dignified loss, and thank you,
My
Bob, for being a fair
secrets.
judge.
Now
This
I
has
share
been
this. Please keep
Distractable
them.
Podcast.
You're beautiful.
My serpent were secrets. Now I share that. Please keep them safe.
Good evening, gentles, and welcome to Distractable, a Wood Elf production with your hosts, Bob, Mark, and Wade. This week, the menage a trois abound and astound with tales of things that go humping the night. Sorry, that's bumping. The supernatural. Please get dialed and enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome to the Distractable Podcast. Here we discuss anything that interests us and compete to see who can bring the most captivating stories to the table. Whoever brings the most interesting story, as judged by me, will be declared the winner of the podcast and will earn the right to host next week's episode and play the role of judge. Today, I'm joined by Bob Meiskens. Oh, by the way, I'm Paul. Hi. Hello.
Sorry, you interrupted my intro with your intro, but that's okay. I'm here too. It's
Fair play then. And Wade Barnes.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's good. Are you talking to us or the audience at home?
Yes.
kind of either or.
It was vague enough to be applicable to both, to make everyone feel welcome and included.
Wow, this is some great small talk, guys.
Keep setting it up. There you go.
Yeah, that's the one meeting.
For international distractable standards, stories will be judged primarily on the content of said stories. However, bonus points may be awarded for things like creative titles, originality, how much I like that person, bribe, how much I like that person's bribe, pretty much what I feel like because of the judge, the theme that has been selected.
I love them. I need two buddies like this.
Give me your story title so that I may select which one will go first.
My story is titled "Seasons Don't Fear the Reaper, They Fear the Seasons."
I have to write that one down. Holy hell, that is great. Seasons don't fear the reaper. They fear. I don't even care if that's related to the supernatural. That is astounding.
Can I just concede without sharing my title?
No.
You have to tell your story and you have to give your title. That's the rules.
Alright, well, mine's very original. I worked very hard on this. I spent days building this title. It's 3 words long, the best 3 words you'll ever hear, and I guess I'm not a guy to beat around the bush, so I think I just go for it and say it. Go for Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Accurate, I assume.
No, yeah, I didn't know I was going up against Ernest Hemingway today. I thought I was just...
Oh, lyric.
Ernest Hemingway was greatness.
Diddy. Diddy is the female. She is the female. Wind in the sun. That's it there. That's the Oyster Cult song.
Oh, is that what they say? Did they say seasons?
I thought it was "Seasons Don't Fear the Reaper." Is that not what that song lyric is?
Seasons don't fear the Reaper, according to the Google. Don't fear the Reaper.
Yeah, that's the lyric. That's what they say. Because they fear the wind and the sun and rain. This is seasons.
I control F and search pity in these lyrics, and I don't see it.
Well, it really wasn't the season's Don't Fear the Reaper that attracted me to that type.
Look, maybe my story is garbage. Maybe all I have is the title. Don't concede yet.
It's not a story. I'm just saying the title. I changed one word to title. I guess you saw the lyric. I stole another movie. We both suck, but yours suck better tonight. It's like real good.
God, you guys are really trying to win this one.
Get me go first, Mark. Let's kick this.
You do well. Get 1 point. Please.
Damn it. What I have to say. Just make this stretch mark. Right arm waist, left arm left.
I got the stupid dog.
Why would you do that? That's a joke. I was stalling for you to have time to find your notebook.
No, it's too late. We're already recording. Just roll. People are listening. We gotta go for it. So.
Where is the big boat?
Left-hand bottom.
Okay, so again, title of my story. Please don't hear the It is. So, here it's the jumping on the ramps or whatever kids do, right? Having a hell of a time. And suddenly I realized an absolute jolt of terror. The sun is starting to set. It's dusk. I had dinner, I came back out, I've been having so much fun, I lost track of time completely. And my mother has warned me that if I'm not back in the house by the time the sun is fully set, a terrible apparition is going to come out.
You invented this, or your parents told you about this?
My parents used this to scare me into behavior. When I remember this, I am shook all the way to my core. Hurriedly, I tell my friends, I gotta go. I don't explain it. I look panicked. They're confused. I just say, I gotta go. I turn tail, race my bike home as fast as I can, rush up the driveway, and just as the last few pixels of the sun dip under the horizon, I lay my bike down in the garage, run in the house, and made it. Just my teeth. I made it tonight. Will not be smothered to death by the context of
Wait. Whoa. I forgot about the titties. Wait a minute. Your parents made a giant pair of titties?
Okay, I'm gonna say cards on the table. This is not my childhood. That was fictional. The rest of this is non-fiction. The rest of this, I will explain to you the legend of the Malaysian apparition known as the Hantu Tetek. Roughly translated, that name, Hantu Tetek, translates as either nipple ghost or breast ghost.
Oh my god. I looked up a picture.
Well, you're kind of skipping ahead of the story, but that's...
Sorry. Go on.
I prefer to think of her as breast ghost, I know. Or movie set. Or the Gazonga Hunta, if you will.
Right. Bonus points for everyone. Did you make those up?
I actually did. There were lots of articles with funny names. I made it a point to try and come up with my own versions of funny ghost names. So those should be written.
Yes, those are great.
I do have to ask, how did you find this? Because searching nipple ghost, I got the answers I didn't want from the internet.
I looked up Hantu Tetek. What did you look up?
What did you look up? You gotta look up the name.
Nipples.
Hantu Tetek.
I didn't know how to spell Hantu Tetek.
H-A-N-T space T-E-T-E-K. Hantu Tetek. And cards on the table, I found this in a Cracked article titled The 7 Most Ridiculous Ghost Stories from Around the World. And I read it passively while I was brainstorming ideas for this episode. But I can't see this ghost. I had to tell you about Hantu Tetek. So just to give you the background, the legend has it, the Hantu Tetek is a female spirit apparition ghost. Some say a witch, a Balinese witch, with an unimaginably enormous back. And this ghost's purpose is only to float around and smother disobedient young men to death with her shocking bassoons. Guys might hear that and be like, alright, if I have to die. This is not like some anime fantasy girl who's gonna show up and kill all your babies. It's not insects are described in a lot of ways. Generally, they're described as being very large, extremely obese, and deadly. The anchor of all of this is the hilariously large fun bags are in the spookiest location, not in the front where regular ones go. They're located on the ghost's back. Yes, the spookiest place to have ghosts, obviously. It's terrifying.
Back would sound kind of nice to me.
But anyway, this ghost comes from Malaysian culture. Actually, recently had quite the stir up in February of 2021. Had quite come up on Twitter. The account at Bunganberry. I have no idea what inspired this person to do this, but they posted some sketches of what they thought this ghost looked like, and Twitter couldn't decide if they were going to be horny about it or terrified about it, and they basically went with both. A lot of the responses were dudes just being like, "Oh, how I summoned that little happy heck yeah, some of this in my and a lot of them were like, I would not mess with this ghost. That's not terrifying.
Ghost could really actually be able to physically interact with you. It seems to suggest it might be some sort of
Yeah, I mean, the descriptions are vague. This is an old. It comes from Malaysia. I am not Malaysian. I don't know if you can tell. Appearance or all the information you know about me, but it's hard to find a lot online. I'll show you all of the links I found online. I will put in the Discord so you can look. Who knows how it moves to suffocate you? I don't want to find out.
Being crushed by is not a good year's tribute. Okay, never mind. I would deduct points for you.
We're all gonna go sometime, man. If you're gonna go, you might as well enjoy it.
No, that's exactly what me, Morgan. You're getting crushed. That doesn't matter between back-mams or front-mams.
2020, maybe I'll survive the back boobs too. You never know.
It's like, I don't get how that's an appealing death.
What is an appealing death? So I will say, you guys, I don't know what pictures you've looked up exactly. Let me find one. This website has some good imagery that really might swing your opinion about. It's not in English, and I couldn't get it to translate. It's from the Wayback Machine. But there are some images that I feel like might really swing your opinion about whether or not you want to get smothered to death by those big old headlights. The top one's a little more childish, cartoony.
Yeah.
But if you get to the bottom there, you really get more to the meat of what I think a Hantu Tetech looks like. Because anime has taught us that their boobs grow as spears above at least beyond spring I need to bring to you. But I've never seen anything quite like that. Like snakes.
See, it's I disagree with just be making big declaratives about judgment.
Well, I agree with your disagreement. I think that
Well, I think the same way. The same way. He deserves to be judged as so victims.
Yeah. Cities have to be judged. Judged. But yeah, look, so this is an interesting topic. It stirs a lot of different about general horniness, general discussion death, and the way that's useful, does that make it better? The thing that I find really messed up about this Staggy Spectre, gotta go get my names.
Nice.
At least to some extent, it comes, from my understanding, it comes from parents using this to steer their young male children into behaving themselves. This isn't just some I can totally imagine someone creative coming up with this character, some adult or whatever, someone, teenager, older, coming up with this, and being big kids and stuff. It's a scary, funny ghost. This is used by adults to influence children. And I was a young boy once, right? My parents had described
Great the business.
ghosts as being very old, grotesque, and scary.
How about both?
Would definitely at least tiptoe around the idea of how much do I misbehave? You just get a little
Where's the other one?
smoosh without actually being smothered to death. Like, where's the line?
Just get slapped with one, and, you know, so a tough slap would be more disciplinary. I just was a picture of this clip of something I found about the hunter. Yeah, might need a little more.
That one I definitely do. That one would be one of the
Yeah, when it's 50% nipple, and yeah, if you're listening at home, you can find this on this very cool podcast website, either the original or the faithful recreation of it, or it won't exist at all.
You know, there's special license.
Exactly. But yeah, no, that doesn't look good. Sidebar, there's always this
Nice armor.
This
Good.
sexualization of breasts in general, you know, the stigma behind it and all that stuff. But for you guys, not even the nice pictures do anything for me. I don't look at this creature and I'm like, well, maybe if I saw this and I wasn't sure it was the person that needed help, I would be running and screaming as fast and as loud as I possibly could.
Yeah, I don't think this is exactly what I would be fantasizing about ever.
I mean, I think you're right, but also, like, your parents describe this, or maybe you see it, and I would not see
Go
an
away.
image of any of these things in real life and be like, let's see where this goes. Sorry, this is my last one, but I gotta work it in. I would come upon this flabbergasted phantasm. And I would be absolutely shocked and running, like you're describing. But in my mind, like, this is, you know, it's kind of embarrassing to think about. And in my mind, I know I would forget. You can't throw something that, like, sexual and, I mean, it's not sexual, but the boobs, like, at least in the culture I came up in, so we're sexual, though. And like, it's weird. I was twisted into a fantasy of, like, man, this is pretty hot, actually. Like, you know, that's how young boys' minds work. And maybe part of this is that Malaysian culture is different. Maybe boobs are sexualized by the culture. Maybe it's a whole different thing. Maybe this is terrifying, and I just don't understand it. It's possible. But I just think that would have made up some really messed up childhood like fantasies and thoughts. Spirit. It's just a weird angle to go for keeping kids in line. There's got to be better ghosts and things to use to steer your kids into behavior.
Why do they react like that?
I mean, Santa, you go to, and that's not even bad at all, unless you can Rumpus. But you were kind of touching on something with like the mind of a child distorting things. I remember when I was a kid, and you know, my dad gave me the sex talk and like tried to explain it, you know, but I think I was like 10 at the time. And so, to me, one of the parts of that whole discussion that really like made me very concerned was the idea of an erection. Like, I didn't get it, and I didn't understand it. So the concept of my dick just suddenly growing really
the pie's here,
as if it would happen at any moment. And I remember having these constant paranoid nightmares when I was in school. Like, God, I hope my dick doesn't grow. But in my head, I was imagining like it would just like fucking balloon and fill the whole room and kill everybody. And I'm like,
fuck yeah.
God, please, no, I don't want.
Into the fray.
That's a good fear. It's like the fear of not knowing how big your dick would get if the first time you got an erection, and just constantly be like, no, there's people.
The thing is, like, becoming hard wasn't explained to me, so I just thought it was like just gonna like swell, just like an air mattress or something. Just like,
assures me you're sure to get a good vantage, my friend. Iron Fist Alexander.
That's a world. You're at the mall, there's this big dad carrying a kid, dragging a huge boulder behind him, like, it's memory, don't look! I'll be scarred for life!
It didn't last long, I'll give it that, but the fact that it, like, that's where my brain went, because I didn't understand anything about it. It was just like the broad strokes of the concept was brushed over, and so, I don't know, this would mess some kids up.
You get some crazy fantasy stuff, or some crazy nightmare stuff, but, like, it's just a lot. It's a lot that a young boy has not dealt with.
I don't know. I mean, when you're young, I suppose you would have like some mixed reactions. Like when you look at something like even that last picture, which is very horrifying. Like when you're young, if it's like one of the first pairs of boobs you've ever seen, either on the internet or in real life or just in general, like maybe you would have quite the perplexed penis. You'd be like, I want to run, but also, yeah.
I guess, but that's leaning into the whole idea that like you're so easily swayed in your like likes by just seeing. Well, maybe I don't know. I don't know child psychology.
But like without having any experience of seeing, movies with nudity or like, if it's literally like you're in that age and it's like one of the first times you encounter.
Yeah, wait, no. I just read it last night. I heard a story about some guy who had a foot fetish, and it apparently all stemmed from when he was younger, like a teen, and some girls tied him to a chair and tickled his feet. And ever since then, he's had like an incredible foot fetish. And like personally, like I don't get that, but I can kind of see the connection. But like, was he already into feet? I don't know. Like, it was that like the moment, or was it just like a discovery thing? Like, oh hey, maybe this picture could awaken something. I don't know.
Their only efforts are done by these images.
Can you bring her boobs around your back for me? Stretch your boots.
Do you mind if I put something on the TV in the background? Just turns around and sees that.
I mean, it is complicated.
Yeah.
It's formative memory versus how just assuming that you're wired a certain way. And like, people enjoy what they enjoy in terms of sexual experiences or whatever. So,
yeah, I'm not judging.
I don't know, man. In Malaysian culture, whoever's parents use this, maybe this took them down some roads. Maybe they learned a lot faster about themselves and the truth.
There are a lot of confused cocks over there, I imagine. This is their first interaction.
Don't try and alliterate on my story, you point stealer. Get out of here.
Okay.
My stories, my creative genital names.
I have to look up if anyone's ever had breast implants implanted into their back. I just thought about it. Maybe someone has.
Nothing yet. I'll keep looking on this.
Yes, please. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
All right, I guess here we go. The plan for the evening. So
There we go. Got some summon signs.
the 2003 anime. It just came out.
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
Go, Blade. Go, boy. I didn't get a 4-finger remedy. Good job, y'all.
We're like, yeah, we thought it'd be kind of nice to get out of the house for a bit, have like an evening stroll away from the horror movie. So we headed out.
Oh. So when the Rakusan died or whatever? Interesting. That's how I got it. That was easy. First try, buddy. First try.
We didn't know the kids held his heart, but we knew where he lived. And at this point, it was
Uh-oh.
okay. Have like an evening stroll away from the horror movie. So we headed out and just describe the neighborhood layout real quick. There's a lot of different streets. Our street was toward the back of the neighborhood. Then they have cul-de-sacs, and the cul-de-sacs have trails that connect. So where my brother was at, we could have taken
Aye, one hit after that, and as such. As luck, if I and you know, who could expect? Just you.
which was much more well lit. It's a lot more fun. You think we chose shortcut in a long building. Long building. Dumb one. Which one is the dumb one? The long one or the shortcut? The shorcut's the dumb one. Just a second. Alright. So I preface this with the fact that I hate being scared, hate
Fair enough, Wade.
came up at the time. Turned on to the next street, we traversed, everything was going well. There was ample light on the street lights, told us
I love this podcast.
made it down the 3rd Street, got to my brother's parents' house, and nothing interesting happening so far. We threw my brother's scooter in the driveway, so we knocked on the door. My parents answered the door, and they left for a while. They thought my brother was going to our house. Okay. We didn't see him along the way. Definitely wasn't at our house. We were with my brother. So this is where some of the fear starts to creep in. From, watching my own movie, and then all of a sudden the news like people are missing. But knowing my brother and trying to lock me over and take a news, trying to figure maybe they stopped at my brother friends up in the neighborhood. They were hanging out there. But I wasn't a bit worried. Becca and I were like, you know what? We're not out here. So much just to we don't go back home. Still refuse to take that over the bed. So, two of the possibilities were kind of on our path back to the beginning. So we decided to check those 2 houses. So we turned and started researching our second house. The first house, there were no lights on, no scooter inside, no over there, no just he's here, so we'll just pass that. We continued to follow this quickly. Almost until they started this one, and up around an intersection between the 2 streets, right under street light, there's a lady walking through this area. She looked to be in her 40s, 50s, short, reddish brown hair, but she was wearing what looked to be like a nightgown. It was like a super flowy nightgown, but definitely not like a I'm gonna go outside and I'll walk fire. So I was good behaved. I honestly don't remember much as we passed by. I was more worried about finding my brother. I was thinking that maybe this lady might have seen him riding around on a scooter. So I walked up and I said, "Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen a couple boys running around, possibly like scooters or bikes?" She turned around, cocked her head to the side, and like, you know, like when you say something to a dog and they like cock their head in a really like uncomfortable looking way, but it's really she did that, but it was unsettled the way she cocked her head and like looked at me. And her response was in like an almost bemused tone of voice. And it gave me chills. Again, this is probably all influenced by watching the horror movie, but she seemed like one of the characters right out. It was so unsettlingly creepy, and the tone of voice, I don't know, sent chills on me. At the time, though, it was okay. I just repeat my question right at I'm looking for my brother. I was curious if you'd seen a little boy on a scooter, possibly it was a friend or a couple friends. In the same tone, she goes, "Yes." I said, "The little boy's over there." So yeah, I'm freaking out. This is exactly what I see. I mean, this is exactly what I see. I wish this is something we talked about. So, please tell me where she go home. She answered. So she continues down the road. Again, we're at an intersection where I could have to the left, go to the next house. Going straight to the disappear down the road. But this is not the scariest thing to happen. That's why we have not yet reached jump in and say, so when I walk And I get that this is in like the age before cell phones, but even still, I always thought if you behave exactly the way you just behaved, totally popular was strange, right? If you were sent to retrieve your brother, which first of all, phones still existed, it was just different. Sure, like the phone book, like I wasn't allowed to go hang out at people's houses when my parents would not call, like it's the whole thing. But like phones existed. But fuck, you were sent to retrieve your brother. You saw a stranger on the street in an area where your brother maybe had been, and you were just like, let me just ask this stranger if they've seen any small children around. You never do that. What kind of shit that a non-essential movie character does that doesn't make any goddamn sense. So no one acted like that. That's weird behavior. This is a neighborhood where like everyone
Uh-oh. Fuck.
Vibe here. Like everyone is kind of aware of someone who knows someone, so ultimately everyone in the neighborhood can kind of eventually find out who someone is. So this is not a neighborhood where like everyone's super to themselves and secretive. It's a very like everyone kind of interacts with each other, waves, makes small talk when they pass by, kind of friendly neighborhood. So it wasn't uncommon for people to approach you that you didn't know. There was just a lot of conversations with a lot of different people there. Yeah, so a lot of justification for saying that you're weird. Probably, yeah. My grandparents lived in neighborhoods very similar, but ultimately, other than those two times, I don't know, I feel like the world changed. Back on top. If I had a gavel, I'd be banging it right now. Get back to the climax! Right over and we'll talk about the changing of the world, these great points. Alright, Act 3. Abandon all. At this point, the sun's fully set, like I said, it's dark. There's some street lights, front porch lights that are on, sure, but it's otherwise dark outside. Becca and I are very disturbed by the fact that we just experienced. And the fact we hadn't found my brother yet was also adding more anxiety and fear on top of it. It felt like an eternity, but it took a bit more than a minute since our interaction with that lady before we heard a sound. A sound that is probably the legit closest I have ever been to think myself in fear. Down the street, and all of a sudden,
My horse.
coming from just behind us. Becca and I had been holding hands, as young couples do, hold hands, whatever, side by side. We let go, and it was a sprint free-for-all. Right away. And I don't know that I've ever sprinted as hard. We skipped by on the house we thought my brother might be at. We turned left on the road. We looked over our shoulders, and there, coming right at us, was my brother on his fucking gas-powered scooter that starts up like a goddamn chainsaw. Coming from a house we'd never seen that before. Didn't even know people that lived there. Turns out there was a kid he didn't know there. We didn't know that. So never even considered he might be there. How did he sneak up on you? Like stealthily roll? We had just passed by the house he was at. So whenever we passed by the house, I guess he was outside. So we ramped it out the front door. What did he do? There were cars in the driveway, so I think he was just behind one of them. I think we literally, like, he was walking through the car when we passed it, got behind it as we passed it. We just missed each other. But, yeah, he had started it up right after we passed it. But, God almighty, I have no idea how to describe, after that interaction with that lady, how scary hearing that noise right behind us was. So, he was fine, realized it was late, decided to come home. Right then, right as we were passing, the odds of that happening at the time that it did, I don't know what they are. It has to be low. But,
I like these guys. Why did you jump off, buddy? Hell.
That was the last time that we never would not do it again. Obviously, I've played some horror games once since, but like it was a long time before I was watching something scary. That shit scarred me. And to Bob's point about being weird approaching that stranger, never saw that lady again. I asked about her. We had kind of a neighborhood gossip that lived across the street.
Alright, time for tutorials. Sorry, buddy.
runes to learn the lore of her god. However, I believe here, make your way. I'll move my cursor on the map across the general path where you take to reach the ancestral woods of grace. From there, make your way to the Knights of the Ground.
Everyone and everyone's business. Talked to him about it. He was like, I don't
I'm so
know
hungry.
if it looks like that or if it talks like that.
I'm gonna make food soon.
Find out who this lady was. Nobody knew. I never was able to find out anything about her. And I swear to you, I've got chills and goosebumps right now thinking about her because she gave me a vibe that I don't think anyone's giving me a sense of just creepiness. And again, it's probably influenced by watching a scary movie. Just the whole interaction was so unfair. So unfair.
I don't know what it's about weird ladies wandering into neighborhoods, but I had not a scary situation, but I was walking, and this other lady was coming up the hill. I don't know her, didn't recognize anyone with a face mask, but she said, hello, good morning. I said, hello. And then she went, hello. Hi? She turns away and mutters, thank you, and then walks away. It was the strangest interaction. That's weird. That is weird.
I have a theory about your story.
Okay.
I am convinced in my own mind that this story is at least in the fever. You had fallen ill, fell asleep watching the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Look at the facts. 1, you had a girlfriend, not likely to be real. 3, 2, very, very yeah, it's funnier if you would have that. 2, creepy lady in your neighborhood you couldn't confirm inside of your own. 3, perfectly timed, nonsensical way your brother behind you, even though you have just been walking past him and had to literally avert your gaze from a specific location for probably a couple solid minutes in order to not see him. Hear him talking to his friends. Hear the tinkety-tink of this gas-powered scooter rolling down the driveway into position because those things are not silent even when they're off. Unless it's a
True, Bob.
of a adult mind, a sick young man wishing he could get a girlfriend and terrified of the movie he accidentally fell asleep watching.
I will corroborate this evidence because if you note in Act 3, he said, my girlfriend and I were holding hands or whatever it is that, a boyfriend, girlfriend do. He didn't even know. He didn't even know.
Steve, let me lick your face at whatever making out is. I don't know. I don't remember saying that particular quote. I don't like a play of that.
Play it back, Editor. Play it back.
That could be the holding hands. Young couple.
What?
Hands, whatever, side by side.
There it is. All right, clear today.
Undisputed.
No, I don't want to go behind.
That's strange. How we different recollections.
All right, well, I was going to award Wade 2 more points for the telling of the story. It was a good climax, but now I'm actually going to not give those and deduct his only other point, leaving it at a whopping 0. It was good, but man, only 5.
Yeah, they wanted.
That was true. It's true.
We're going to go with fictional stories. Do they need to go no detail or better?
What this lady looked like. Explain what you look like, maybe. Again, probably 40s,
Can't even
50s.
explain what she looks like.
Pretty pale white skin. A little bit of not tons of freckles, but some freckles on her nose and cheeks. It was like a reddish brown hair, short. A crazy nightgown, but it's definitely something you don't wear outside. She probably stood terrier dog. I can't remember the color of the leash. I'm not even going to try to do that. I see the dog sniffing around the stop sign. She just turned around and immediately, it's like she had never talked to me.
How they were her hands.
Specific and give them the best specific. I think if you're asking me
witness normally wears glasses, and the evidence shows on this evening he was indeed not wearing his prescription glasses.
How do I accept this as good?
I had contact lenses at this point, thank you. I started wearing contacts between 8th and 9th grade. This was 10th
Prosecution
grade.
has no evidence admitted that contacts were called for mistrial.
Mistrial declared.
And bamboozled by this charade when I told a legit story.
You come up with 5 excellent alliterations. Give me the win for today, but it has to be within the next 20 seconds.
Okay. Pity, tilters, sips. Lively listeners love libations. Creamy tops in my Crocs. Tommies don't seem distractible. Rain winning was inevitable.
Yeah, that's fine, but I don't know if that last one counts. I don't know about inevitable. I mean,
No.
Wade was winning anyway.
Oh, no.
Okay, I guess if the 5th one was a half and that one you just did was another,
What? No.
I
No.
I kind of said,
That was stupid bullshit. What do you know? That was art.
I mean, man, I'm impressed. It made me laugh. Hey, it made me laugh. To get on my side and make me laugh.
I made you laugh.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, the ghost, Granny Milton. Yeah, the ghost thing. Yeah.
That was too long ago. What have you done for him lately, Bob?
We didn't even need to talk. I won by default after I was finished talking.
But my biggest criticism of Wade was that, I thought he might have been making things up, but his ability to make things up is pretty good. So, I can't fault him for his true nature. Wade, you are officially the winner. I don't even know what the points are. Sign you all the plots points. I think yours.
I let you Mark be the best. I let you by thanking Mark for the best coach. Bob being a racist loser. And myself for being one of the most creative influences on the planet. That's not
Congratulations to Wade. Thank you, everybody, so much for listening to this week's Correct. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to all of you at home. Be sure to follow, whatever, this podcast, wherever you're listening to. So
Yeah, great. Good. Yeah, make sure you follow. Cool. Yeah, great podcast.
The next episode, we'll have Wade hosting because he will.
I'm so hyped for the next episode.
He streams there, and then Wade on YouTube and Twitch. Minion 777 and 777. My name is Mark. Find me wherever. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Yes.
Not a trap. Wait a second. Is Bob's Fridge the next one? I hear good praises of this one. It is,
With your hosts, Bob and Wade. This week, the tribune of truculents bend their minds to the modern-day Pandora's box that is Bob's Fridge. Please prepare to hold thy door and enjoy the show.
Hey guys, welcome to the Distractable Podcast. Here we discuss anything that interests us and compete to see who can bring the most captivating story to the table. Whoever brings the best story as judged by will be declared the winner of the podcast. Next week's episode is Blake the Roll.
these balls are easy to kill. Killed you by accident, oh. Killed your sister by accident.
I I did. I was like, Bob,
You take on a task. I won't criticize it because like it does work, but it's very balancing.
all right, do we try it again? Here we go.
I don't want to try it again.
Hey guys, podcast time. I'm waiting for Mark's box. I hope someday we'll like hang out or just like do something really casual, and everyone's being fun in some point way. It's just like, whoa, guys, hey. Like starts the cadence, and everyone is like, wait, why are you reading a script right now? So let me tell you about this story I experienced last week when I went to the grocery store and had to buy milk.
Who wants to play some beer pong? Let's get the cups ready.
Only on our mouths. Holding the ball in the game show.
I love beer pong, bro.
And I just laughed and my whole body so many spicy saliva in your throat. And then you go, mom, but it's still there blocking. Like, oh no, you're really scared that like the bubble pops. You're like, oh, back.
Yeah, no, I have. But what if it actually is like you're so funny?
Not even into the episode yet. Have you guys you're laying in bed, you're gonna fall asleep. You like it still sounds like
Fucking hell.
grandma's hand on my grandma passed away in 2005. Occasionally I'll like smell her perfume or like she was a smoker, so like I can smell the smoke or something like that. I'll feel her hand on my shoulder like already still played with this. Like that I would turn around and be like, oh God, grandma. Like in moments of extreme stress or like there's been moments like where I'm driving and someone will swerve at me. Like obviously we got hit by the semi, but like other than that there's been a few moments where like something I should not have seen, I'll like just barely dodge and I'll feel like she like pushed my hands to help me run away from it or something, which is really weird.
They're coming to me now. Oh, just missed you.
Oh my God. She's pulling the other way. They're like, oh God, I gotta come back for me. Oh, some big uncle that always hated you popped up and gave you the other like, stare him into it. Come on. Yeah. You want to visit with your grandson, don't you? Bring him to see you. All of this supernatural discussion has me excited for today's topic, which is delivery. Oh, right. What a segue.
Delivering you to the beyond. That's impossible. I'm sure I understand.
We're kind of cheating a little bit today because our topic comes, I feel like it's already kind of a biased topic, but Bob had a heck of an experience and we're so excited. Mark and I were so excited to hear how happy he was about it.
Yeah.
So we had to change our topic last minute from a very other good one that we definitely had planned in advance to delivery.
Bob, if you're ready, I will yield my time to you.
Well, so are you going to try and compete with this, Mark, or are we just
No, God, no. I'm going to let that roll. I have something else for it, but I want to hear this.
I still reserve the right to whatever the point where I want them.
God, the authorities.
looking at it. Hey, I'm in charge. I can stuff full stutter my way through my one. This is my episode. There's my uncle trying to shut me up and shoving a ghost sock in my mouth right there.
Okay, I yield my time.
Alright, there's a story about a new refrigerator. We got a deal on it. We saved it up. It's supposed to fail it. I'm pretty proud of that. But I want to preface this by saying this is a very first world problem. I hear everyone out there thinking, oh, my new refrigerator didn't go so
not blind. Even in my slumber, it is in thy possession, is it not? My thanks. Finally, all soon must I begin my journey. But before... My thanks. A strange gift, but I am certain I must thank you. Mainly, it was but brief. What is it? I too am... What is it? I too am to depart on a journey. Upon the dark path, only I may tread.
Layer blade, study hall, and eastern area. Inside, you can mount it on a pedestal, which will cause the study hall to change in a dramatic fashion. Make your way through the reoriented structure until a arch at the light area to a bridge leading straight to the divine tower. You'll have to defeat one more like a boss before reaching the divine tower, bring a lightning powers. Yeah.
So
it was like a cadaver that you stored things in. An old man in the back turning a crank like, I'll keep your food cold for you. Just let me move back here. If I'd shower, I wouldn't stink so bad. Let me shower.
That old man in the back is probably why the food that came out of that thing was so freaking stank. I don't know. I don't know what happened. And like, it's just an old fridge. It's not like, I'm not saying anything about the person who lived here before us, but the water that came out of it, the ice, the food, had a stank. Clearly didn't fix it. The baking soda and the thing didn't fix it. So we got it. And like, that's pretty exciting. New fridge is exciting. You know, no one has stored their dog's semen in it before.
That is a very specific qualification.
I'm not saying that I know I've lived in a house with a fridge where there was dog semen stored in it. I'm just saying, if you live in a rental especially, you don't know what was in that fridge before.
And you know, he's got a point.
Well, I decide that.
Is there any amount of cleaning that makes it okay for you to eat piece of lunch meat that fell out of the bag and touch the shelf where once in years past a little vessel of dog semen sat? I don't know if that's okay.
It's like the same equivalent. You have no idea what went on in your hotel bed. Like, you have no idea what kind of freaks were in there just before you, what kind of fluids were flinging all over the walls.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Careful what you lick in a hotel room. That's all I'm saying.
You know me, I lick every corner of the room. And
how it feels like how you adjust. So we're excited about this new fridge.
Yeah, good.
So it was supposed to be delivered 9 days ago, and I bought it like 2 weeks ago. They took my money happily, and they were like, yeah, we'll give you a fridge. And I was like, okay, and left like an idiot.
Did you get to pick it out, or did they just tell you didn't bring you one?
Yeah, no, I told them which one I wanted, and they were like, sure, silver one, got it.
Oh, okay, good.
We'll send it right over. So the initial delivery is scheduled. So the guys show up. Honestly, the first guy, I spoiled silver, but the first team that showed up to deliver our refrigerator, they show up and they assess the house. Our front door is real big, but there's a little door that goes in the kitchen that you can't bring the fridge through. So he looks at the garage, and finally he decides, okay, we gotta drag this thing. We have a big pack of like, we gotta drag this thing.
Where'd that voice come from?
In the back door. That's the way it'll fit. And so we have 2 side yards because I'm filthy rich. And not a one side yard house. We got to be all night. And they decided to go really narrow. And so they go through this whole thing, and I don't know what appliances, but the air like outside air touching stuff, they will be placed. Appliances are, I don't know if you guys have ever seen a brand new appliance. In a full like plastic wrap, fully vinyl wrap, and then there's like foam padding on the corners, and then above that, and then there's another layer of like strap-on padding or cardboard, and then there's another layer of like wrapping around that, and then there's a box around that. So when they show up to bring it, it takes them like 10 minutes to get the thing down off the truck and cut the outer layers of packaging off, get it ready to bring it inside. And so they go through this whole thing, and once they decide they're going to bring it through the smaller side yard, the narrow side yard, I look at it and I'm like, fit, guys. And he looks at it and measures it, and he's like, no, it'll fit. And I'm standing there, really thinking that's going to fit, but like, this is their job. Fine, just do what you're going to do. Which, again, like idiots, I assume that they would know how to do their job. And so they start dragging it, they bring it up the driveway, they start trying to get it through the gate. There's like a gate that swings open, and the gate is swung all the way open up against the gas meter. The gas meter is behind the gate, and you hope, like, ideally they'd like slide it right through. And they keep going, right? They get it up, and it does that thing where they try to move it through, and it just goes, oh, and it's like, oh, and like the delicate parts are all still wrapped, so it's still like padded, but I just see like quite thin, like it's like an inch too big.
Yeah.
And the guys are there, and they're like, no, it's gonna fit. And it goes from the soft gunk to like they're finagling it. The way it goes through the gate, the back of the fridge is scraped up the whole gate. Each little step they're taking, the fridge on the fence is just like, and I'm standing there watching, just like, okay. And like, it finally gets through, and I look at it. There's no damage. Everything's fine. It was just sort of rubbing on the gate. I think it was fine, but so this is how it starts. And they get it through. They get all the way to the backyard. So they're about to bring it inside the house. And I look at the front of it, and it's like, oh, it's not even. Okay, maybe it's a 2-inch-ish around dent. But I look at it, and I'm like, that's a dent. And the guy does that thing. He looks, and he's like, it's not a dent. These things are padded. Fine. And I, like, touch it. I'm like, no, dude, that's a dent. It's clearly a dent. He, like, licks his thumb and rubs it, and, like, that'll pop out. And finally, I convinced the dude. I'm like, it's a dent. And he's like, well, do you want us to install it or not? I'm like, no, I don't want a brand new refrigerator I just paid a shit ton of money for to have a dent on it. Like, I want a new one out of the box. I paid a lot of money for this fucking thing. And, like, he does that thing that, like, and I've totally been there. I've worked jobs like this. He does that, gives me that look when I'm like, no, I don't, take it back. Like, I don't want to fix this. He's like, okay, we can fix it. In a more respectful tone, he says whatever he says, but his eyes are saying that, you know? He looks right at me, and his head walks over, and he's just like, yeah, fine, we'll put it back on the truck. Thanks. And man, did they not give a fuck about that fridge once it was damaged. So, I barely fit through the gate the first time, all the way out there. Get it out! Get in there! Like, man, I thought they damaged my gate. Like, Jesus. And they got it out of there, and they were just like, we'll take it back, and they'll call you. And they drove off in a huff. And I thought that was that. Now, let me say, this is going to be the end of Act 1. These guys did a great job compared to the second two or three people. Like, I missed them. Oh, no. I wish they had done that next night. Bridge. Day. Of course, they long for their great handling that occurred. Yeah, so they're gone. And you think, like, okay, that was great to know, right? There's a small space that I still barely, I can't understand how this happened. Maybe I wake up the next morning after that initial delivery where we got to, yes, we'll take it back. We live in Northern California, right? So it got down to like 45 degrees that day. And we usually eat on kind of low, so when we wake up, it's not like it's like 65 degrees, whatever. Woke up and it's like completely on heat. Nothing at all. That's weird. I look at the thermostat. Thermostat says it's on. Went to like take a shower, use the sinks. No hot water at all. It's so weird. Some of the natural gas things in our house were working. Somehow our gas line had been damaged. And of course, right away, Andy was like, well, the delivery guys were here yesterday. Did they do something? And I was like, no, what would they have done? They were only switching a heavy fridge gate that was leaning up against our gas meter. What would they have done? I was looking at the water heater, I'm looking at the HVAC system, like, this is so much cleaner. I'm trying to like get the light and the HVAC and like, and I come back in and she's like, look at the tape here. Those guys had to have done something. And I look and like it's not obviously damaged, and I smell there's no like gas leaking or whatever. It doesn't seem bad, but clearly it's not working. Apparently, in California, on a lot of gas meters, as a safety precaution, you put something on there that's called an earthquake detector. And if it detects a rumble, it detects a shaking, it shuts off the gas to the entire house. Oh. And I guess it's sensitive enough that two guys slamming a heavy wooden gate into it and a couple 100-pound fridge into it was enough that it was like, nope, no more gas, shut that down.
They delivered a fridge so violently your house thought it was an earthquake?
Yes.
Cool, just my clarity.
And this was the good team. Yeah, they did a great job. Okay, all right.
Check it off my notes here. Got it. Okay.
So, okay. And so finally we get that resolved after like a day of me. I had like called an HVAC company and was like, you guys gotta fix this. And they were like, okay, we can have a guy there in a week. And I was like, what? I just told you we don't have natural gas. It's like 50 degrees outside. Like, do you get to hurry up a little? Does anyone, volunteer to give me a spot in line or something? And she's like, no, we'll see you in a week. And I'm like, that was the best solution I had. So we figured out the whole thing. There's a whole week where every day I'm calling the store to be like, hey, you guys tried to deliver us a fridge and it was dented and like you took it back. Like, when do we get the next one? Like, when can we get an idea? I spent an hour and 17 minutes on the phone to the store. I went back and looked because I was shocked, and I never spoke to a human a single time. I mean, it's Lowe's. I don't fucking care what else at Lowe's. It's Lowe's, right? It's like a big appliance, hardware, home improvement store. There's like 50 people, I don't know, 20 people, however many that work there. I was calling a specific department where there's supposed to be a person. I called 11 times over the entire course of a day. Every time I had a spare 5 minutes, I'd call and be like, maybe I'll get someone now. And I can talk to a person the whole day. And there's solid 5 minutes. Then you're connecting back to the automated service. This does the exact same shit, and we can have the same calls and rings for 5 minutes. And then after you do that the third time, when the phone stops ringing, it just goes and hangs up. And that's it. When they saw who was calling, it's like the delivery guy put a note on the file. It's like
no fatty.
Rich guy. They're like, I'm taking that call. I don't know.
I would love for that.
I don't know. Have those.
I mean, just with everything these days, it's exactly that. And it was like me trying to call my pharmacy for a prescription I needed. It was that exact thing. Except plus they have this 5-minute long like COVID vaccine disclaimer that is at the beginning of every call. And I get it. Very important for people to know. And I get they probably have a lot of people calling like, where can I get it or where can I get it? Stuff like that. And the information all needs to be presented. But I just need to talk to my pharmacist about a prescription, and it's the same thing. Loop through to the pharmacy, it rings, goes back to the machine, it goes back to the department, rings 3 times, and then the same boop. I know that boop. Done. The same thing. I get that, like, if you're not reaching someone, there has to be like an endpoint that it was way to infinitely. But like, get an answering machine or something. Like, fuck, Seinfeld had an answering machine. Yeah, that's true.
The law was not have an answering machine. Even if you don't check it. I always feel like people exaggerate when they say the new automated system, but I know I'm in the exact same boat. It's just a fact of life. If you have to call a business, expect to have 3 hours of your day. Just,
aren't they supposed to save time? That's what I don't get. They're supposed to save time.
Their time, not ours. Not your time. Save time. No one on the other end has to even answer, and you get so frustrated you give up, and they're like, oh, thank God, we didn't have to talk to them.
In the old days, God. It's like when there was music playing, at least there's something to listen to, and you knew you were waiting, and you could put it on speakerphone, and back then you didn't have to go over rushing and be like, the pharmacy! No, it's just the pharmacy! Did you hear me? Pharmacy! Reached up.
I hope they record that with the automated system. The first time I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to reach like appliances. And then they'd be like, what do you do with the
connecting you to appliances. And like the sixth time I was like, fucking appliances! And she was like, connecting you to appliances. Can you imagine like 911?
Study hall to change in dramatic fashion. Make your way through the reorient structure until emerge at the Lyonians corporate leads with flying tower. You'll have to defeat one more minor boss before reaching the divine tower, where you'll find the cursed mark of death. Upon returning to Ronnie's Rise, you'll find a new set of grace in Ronnie's chambers. The seal at Ronnie's Rise to... This should also be open now, and you can find Ronnie's Snow Witch armor set in a chest near the top of the ladder. Continue up to the top chamber and take the portal to Ansel River, which is an entirely
What was that? I suppose. He's naked now.
Upon arrival, you'll find a miniature Ronnie doll near a coffin. Pick it up and then sit down at the Einsel River main site of grace.
Oh, or is it merely thy habit to find? I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me, but now the cat is out the bag. Perform for me a service. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl. The name of Rani the Witch is I will not brook. Perform for me. Eliminate the name of I will not.
Select the Talk to Miniature Ronnie option 3 times in a row. At the third attempt of it, she'll actually respond and then task you with defeating the baleful shadows in Einsel River. Afterwards, head southwest through Blue Palace Ruins. Make a quick stop at the Noxtella Eternal City, site of grace, before continuing down the river path. You'll eventually find a lift that will take you down to the Monstello waterfall base set Grace. While resting there, you can talk with Miniature Ronnie to learn more about the pizza motives.
Also, I didn't know this because I owned the house at this thing. Apparently, there's also always a maid in it, and so now like really difficult to like maid lessons. And this dude is just like wagging away on it. It's crazy that explain, like, hey, guys, they ripped this thing out, and they said I should thank you. And he's like, yeah, you get a hold right away. That doesn't even let me respond. Go on home for a minute, come back. He's like, okay, so what do we have to do? Give me information. On my behalf, the whole thing. At this point, I'm like, all the water's off to our entire house, right? Things don't work, no running water whatsoever. Hopefully this can be fixed fast, like tomorrow, maybe today, for lucky. And the guy's like, yeah, so we'll make contact, and then within like 48 hours, they will reach out to you and start getting it scheduled to get this fixed. And I'm like, yeah, you understand, it's not acceptable that maybe within 48 hours, maybe we can start. I start saying, like, fuck, like, this shit is broken right now. The fucking house is in that water, and he literally, I think I wrote the photo, and he literally pauses and is like, do you not want to do this process? Because this is the only process. And, like, I almost fucking threw my phone. And I did. At the store is not going to fix my problem. But holy fuck, I almost yeeted my cell phone in his face. Because and so I go through the whole thing. Apparently, we're fucked, right? We're just not going to have water. God knows how long. I'll tell you today, that's it. In the back of my mind, there's no way to help this. But I know if I just call for myself, there's no way I'm getting that fucking money back. Like, there. Thank you. You guys are never called me again. And so, at this point, I just calm down, and I start talking to the dude. They're almost done putting the fridge in. And the guy is like, well, there should be a way to turn off the, irrigation. I should have a separate water supply. And I'm like, oh, yeah, where would that be? And he's like, I don't know, man, it's your house. And I'm like, mistakes. This is you. I don't have any idea. And he's like, it's different. But there should be one. Like, you just got to no water and a theory. And this dude now coming out with it, and he's like, well, there's no way they want to do what I'm talking about. And he didn't have to find that. I've ruined it. But no, and I'm still living. I want eventually I find a magical nozzle under a different spigot in an area I would never have guessed that turns off the water flow to the irrigation system. We can have water in the house.
Let us speak of the past a while. I was once of the demigods. Only each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, which is when I received blood. But I would not acquiesce. I stole them. I would not. The two fingers and I and the baleful. I turned my back. The baleful. I turned my back on the baleful. I turned my back on the baleful.
See, I told you so. And now, my fists clenched. I've never been in a fight. I am not a confrontational person. I am generally polite and cordial with everyone, no matter how much of a dick they are. He said that. I didn't say shit. He said that to me. I clenched my fist and my jaw and just went. It just get it fixed, it'll be fine. And I'm like standing at the sink in the kitchen, like looking up the garbage they had, whatever. Say that I accepted this expensive appliance, and just eat everything in the truck, and get in that motherfucker, and speed on not another person. They knew what the fuck they did. I knew. I don't know if it was my expression and my misclenching, or if they were just planning to do this the whole time. And now, so, he texted me from the room and is like, hey, coming out of the fridge. It's supposed to be getting cold. The fridge isn't cold and it doesn't seem to be working. And I just went out there and looked at it. It's not cold. Been plugged in for like an hour. It's not getting cold. There's no water coming out. But like, if they set it up, they were doing it like,
Even when I turned my back upon the two fingers, Blythe remained my love. Though he was created a vassal from him, he was a colossal failure on the Blythe and E.G. both. Yet, they both understand that I must betray everything. And with them, should I add thee to the list? Another one. Kind of heart. As kind of heart. This form hath loosed. I've let slip to forget what thou'st heard. I've let see forget what.
Once I learned what that was, it would be like 5 minutes. So right now in my backyard, there's a piece of pipe with a relay on top of it, laying in the backyard. There's a dirt all over everything on the patio, including my grill, like cooking with and like it's just very perfect. So it's clean up, yes. But like my whole backyard
O Shadow, thou art the last. Tell the two things that Rani the Witch cometh. Rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
I don't know when we're going to be in the same room again. Like, I know it's far enough in the future waiting for you to fuck around with this again. Like, I just want you to think about that. You win, Mom. I love you so partner.
And I believe that they ran away because, I mean, literally, don't know if I was 6'4". He's not a small guy, very intimidating in the right circumstances. So I imagine they were very, just like I. that situation.
See, man, told you it'd all work out fine.
I mean, there's a refrigerator in the kitchen, so it's close, right?
Worst case, you go buy some ice, you toss it in there, the ice will keep things cold in your ice box.
Yeah, put that in the ice maker.
Sorry, buddy.
My thanks.
Topic, but I just looked at the
It
bottom.
was more of a challenge than I envisioned.
What?
Now I can finally stand before them.
Jesus.
This is farewell, my dear.
Lead on
Tell
that
Blythe
Last
and
time we
Egypt.
chose a lot of
I
blood, so I
love
looked
them.
down at me. Am I okay? And it's like, oh yeah, wait, no, I was walking through blood. It's okay. I didn't shower, so I'm good. Okay.
I hope that the editor just takes that down to, yeah, I was walking around in blood yesterday, I didn't shower, everything's okay. Alright, gentlemen. Wrap it up. Alright, that's it. Thank you again to our sponsors for this episode. Appreciate all of you guys' support. I appreciate you. One time. I appreciate the two of you.
What happened? Read the script, man. Read the script.
Thank you to our sponsors for Jesus Christ. I had to do it. Sorry. Thanks everybody for listening to Distractable. Brought to you by Wood Hope. Make sure you subscribe so you always know when there's new episodes. Follow Wood Hope Media for latest updates. Follow us. You can find Bob, Facebook, Bob, you say
Facebook.
Mormon. Facebook.com/Meisker. Mark, you can find YouTube.com/Markiplier. Game. I'm Lord Minion 777. We'll see you guys whatever the hell happens next week. Congrats on the win, Bob. Congrats.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distracted. Whatever banter back and forth about mass gatherings of the finish. Please don't like cosplay and enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome to the Distractable Podcast. Here we discuss anything that interests us and compete to see who can bring the most captivating stories to the table. Per the international distracted standards, stories will be judged primarily person, drive, quality of the drive, quantity of the drive, pretty much whatever I want. Doesn't matter. I'm the judge, and the rules are arbitrary. The theme for this week is stories from conventions. It can be any kind of story and any kind of convention. The three of us have been to a lot of gaming conventions like PAX, BlizzCon, things like that. But it could be storytellers. I have two storytellers this week, Mark and Wade.
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah. Now is the part where you tell me your titles and we decide who goes first.
You're not going to ask us how we're doing? We're going to get all business with you.
How often does this happen?
That's nothing interesting to talk about at all. I was ready to dive right in.
You hear that? He admits that he doesn't have an interesting story. We should just be the winner.
No, my story is interesting. My life is...
It's a story about your life?
No. This is someone else's tale I have to tell today, but it's a doozy.
Are you satisfied with the small talk, Mark?
Well, I mean, I thought it would be a little more
Okay, a
organic
little
than
more.
that. A little more organic, not a little more. Maybe.
No.
Are we allowed to eat?
I'm the host. I say what's allowed. I say the host is allowed to eat.
Are we allowed to eat, almighty host?
What does one toast mean?
Alright.
Tell me the names of your stories. Let's do this. Small talk over. Friendship established and maintained. Let's do the thing.
Alright, Wade, you can go first.
Thank you. I was going to, because I'm pretty confident I got a winner here. The title of my story is A Con Job. That's just show blizz.
That's really terrible.
and say it's bad.
That's really
you
bad.
laughed before you said it was bad. Yeah, you conceded before you even counted.
No, it was a scoff. It was a scoff at the terribleness. Anyway, my title is There Will Be Balls.
Oh, wow. Just go right for it. Like, oh, man. Let's talk about body parts. That'll get me a point. Okay, Mark.
I mean, I get what you're going for. I like that movie. You're referencing the movie. That's a good movie.
Did you go to some sort of oil drilling convention?
You just have to listen to my story. It's tantalizing, right?
So is a con job.
I'm trying to figure out how yours could be good, I guess. So, yes, I am. I am scintillating.
It's good. What do you mean
Says you, the one who definitely wants
desperate? I know I've got it.
You know what, Mark? You're so confident. You go.
Wait, okay, cool, thank you.
I'm much more confident.
Lily balls.
Thank you. All right, this is There Will Be Balls. It was July 11th. It was early. Saturday. I didn't know you could get there too. When I arrived, I thought I mixed up the addresses. The parking lot was empty. If I didn't know any better, I thought it was abandoned. It looked abandoned. A building this big should have some kind of security. I just inspected it. It's good. Exactly. At least, I thought I would get first. Until something was good. Fast. A feeling of dread crept up my spine. My mind was steam. About to approach. It called me. She pulled to my brain, trying desperately to understand what I see. The edge of the silence.
You just said,
sorry. This one. Try calling. The next thing I knew, I was floating in the air. I was falling.
that's pretty good.
This is a story about DashCon. You guys heard of DashCon?
Yes, I watched another story somewhere.
For those at home who don't know about DashCon, DashCon is, it was the Tumblr convention. It's supposed to be a fan convention. And I didn't even know about this, but the name Dash, I thought it was a brony convention. I think there's a pony called like Dash.
Dashy Do.
Dashy Do, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah, Dashy Do. We all know.
Yeah, I could just Dashy Do. I love Dashy Do.
That actually is that actually true?
Yes, don't look it up.
Anyway, so because on Tumblr you have a Dash board, it's called DashCon. They were going to call it TumbleCon or something like that, or TumbleCon.
Like a TumbleCon.
Yeah, he comes.
Yeah. So in the lovely place of Swampburg, Illinois, it's apparently a real town. The inaugural.
You ever been to Swampburg?
Have you been to Swampburg?
Maybe. Oh, it happens to
Where is Swampburg?
It's in Illinois. Everybody knows that.
You're right, that's what I'm going.
Oh, DashCon, obviously.
It's very rare. July 11th, Swampburg, Illinois, convention, and evidence for allegations of mismanagement and corruption among workers, alleging abrupt demand by the hotel for upfront payment of passport, so expenses, and celebrity guests forced to drop out of after they were informed by the hotel that they were responsible. Like, we've all been through this. There's like vendors selling things, there's panels, celebrities talking, just creators, or just random people talking.
Nice teach.
It's about discussion. It's about being a fan of something and going to like. The whole problem is with Comic-Con, I don't know what the name is supposed to be. Because Comic-Con itself is like active different fan groups. Everyone can talk about whatever they want, and back then there was a lot more control. Like 7,000 I don't remember it's not a small amount of people, but in these conventions,
Come on, Teach.
in the tens of thousands of conventions.
Kind of has Borderlands graphics on the arms. I need to play the new Borderlands. There's a lot of games I want to play though, like Warhammer 40K. Buddy's been playing that.
They didn't have any sort of security. There was no system for vendors to actually sell their stuff. And then
Hold up, Monty, move.
Palace ruins. Make the lift numbers. Miss Lake of Rock. After doing that, travel to the Raven Party Grand Library and open up the chest of her in to get the dark Lake of Rock shoreside site of grace. After doing that, travel to the Raven Party Grand Library and open up the chest therein to get the dark blue ring.
Huh? Let me get the grace first. Hope I didn't fuck it up.
Now you'll need to tackle what is probably the most annoying part in this entire questline, which is the infamous Lake of Rot. To make it a whole lot more manageable, you'll want the Flame Cleansing Incantation. It can be found to the southeast of the Church of Vows on a corpse at a flame line camp. It only requires a base stat of 12 and 14 FP to cast, and will completely cure Scarlet Rot. Return to the Lake of Rot and equip your favorite seal along with that incantation, then start making your way across.
I never use that.
I already stepped on the pressure plates along the way, but doing so will cause platforms to rise up out of the lake, making the journey across safer.
Ugh. I need to wear that armor next time. Mushroom armor.
You can fully explore the lake to acquire some of these weapons, but for Ronnie's quest, you'll just need to make your way over to the Grand Cloister Site of Grace. From this Site of Grace, platform your way down to the channel of rock below, then head towards its terminus. Near the end of the path, you'll find a coffin that you can use to travel to a remote location. Here, you'll have to defeat Astel, natural born of the void. It's a very difficult boss battle, but I'm almost positive that people will be sharing various cheese tactics in the comment section. Defeating this boss will reward you with the remembrance of the natural born, which can be traded to the finger reader at Bounty World of Gold, or a special flail, or the Waves of Darkness Ash of War. Moving on, head towards the north side of the boss chamber. If you don't have the Dark Moon Ring, there will be a
we're good.
seal blocking the path. Ahead, you'll find a lift that will take you directly to Moonlight Altar, the plateau in southwest Ionia that is unreachable through any other means. The legendary Black Knight Tish and Ronnie's Dark Moon Sorcery can both be found here, but we'll just stick to completing Ronnie's quest in this video. For that, travel northeast toward
This is going good. Good pig.
Cathedral of Anicelis. Goodstone Dragon Duo will appear and attack as you approach the cathedral. And you can try to defeat this boss now if you want to, but it isn't necessary. Once at the cathedral site of grace, make your way down the tunnel to the south. I really want to avoid spoiling this scene, so I'll just say that you'll find Bonnie and speak to her to unlock the major starts ending to the game. You can try to defeat this boss if you'd like to, but it isn't necessary for completing Bonnie's quest. Once at the cathedral site of grace, make your way down the tunnel to the south. I really want to...
That I heard her voice. Voice in a cave. Love this girl. He flexing his bicep in that part. Man, she really cut up that fingers. That's disgusting. What up, girl? I thought them hands was your underwear.
So it was thee who would become my lord. Perhaps I needn't have warned thee. I am pleased, however. I go now to the night sky. It is there I shall bid thee travel the path, and once all is done, we shall...
Avoid spoiling this scene, so just say that you'll find Bonnie and speak to her to unlock the Age of Stars ending to the game. For that, you'll need to find Bonnie's summon sign and activate it after defeating the final boss. After speaking to Bonnie at the cathedral, you can pick up the Dark Moon Greatsword, which is one of the legendary armaments. It requires an intelligence stat of 13 to use proficiently and causes crossbow. It also has the unique skill Moonlight Greatsword, which temporarily increases magic attack power and improves the blade with frost. It will also cause charged attacks to release blasts of moonlight for the duration. Now there are still a few loose ends to tie up at this point. Return to Bonnie's Rise and exit out the main entrance to find a hostile blind. You'll need to defeat it to get Black's armor set. If you don't already have the book mask, you can better Celebus' Rise and scale the broken stone wall on the exterior. It's found up near High Point. After that, head inside Celebus' Rise. Regardless of whether you completed his quest line, you'll find his corpse. You can loot the Preceptor armor set off of it, and you can also interact with his corpse to purchase some puppets in exchange for Starlight Shards. You should also go to Pydia the Carrion Servant. He's found in the upper level of Carrion Manor that can only be reached by jumping down to a rooftop northeast of Celebus' Rise. Assuming you didn't complete Celebus' quest line, you'll be able to pick up the Dolores puppet from Pydia's remains. Finally, head to Edie's location south of Carrion Manor. Go through all of his dialogue, and two things will happen. First, even if you didn't complete Blythe's quest, you should be able to purchase the Carrion Filigree Crest, which reduces the FP cost of weapon skills. Second, after telling BG about Blythe's death and reloading the area, BG will be dead, and you'll be able to loot his bell bearing, along with BG's Pure Helm. And I think that's about it for Ronnie's questline.
Oh yeah.
If you're still having trouble with this quest, you can reach out in the comments section.
And then to top it all off, the hotel got notified that they weren't going to get paid, and then immediately demanded a whopping $17,000
members to get their rooms paid up front. And so the organizers of the convention, and I don't know if this is a legitimate quote, but someone said, we were sitting there and this girl ran in and said, they're going to shut us all down if we don't get $17,000 right now. And literally ran around the convention with a plastic bag asking people to dump money in it. They said, quote, we're taking money right now, and people actually threw money into it. Someone said, I had a friend who dumped $400 into it, but there's no tracking of any of this. The original announcement was around 9 p.m., so a little after 10, which was supposed to be the deadline for the hotel. The con was saved, and everything was good. Thank God. Who was putting this on, by the way? I don't actually know. It wasn't like affiliated. No. I think what it was
Jesus.
Hudson, Ohio-based LLC owned by Megan Eli and Roxanne Schweiderman. It's an Ohio. Oh God, my poor state. Don't do this.
No. Hey, Illinois.
Illinois. Everybody knows about Illinois. Yeah, get Illinois. You stupid Illinois. Your dashboard.
There's nothing wrong with people actually trying to get the convention together, right? That's not wrong. Well, it's just that.
He's killed a civilian.
This ball pit is like big enough for like 3 or 4 small children. Maybe a $50 inflatable. It would have done great. Like blockbusters, they probably would have cops on it, but actually it would have been a more fun experience. Even 350 people in one room is a lot of people. When you put 350 people randomly distributed around a 50,000 square foot convention center, it seemed really lonely and sad. And the fact that they only has 3 children, and this picture shows 4 adults. Very patiently to get into getting one. The most concerning thing so far is putting money in. That's bad. If there was a case like where each convention was a small and one of my buddies apparently the castle, whatever that is, was supposed to have it. But it ended up being
such an obscure thing.
You should absolutely watch the Netflix documentary because it's so crazy what they do and how it plays out and what they get away with. Wasn't there another one called like Panacon that was very similar to it?
I was in the area for that. I don't know exactly what went down there. Like, I still have no idea.
Panacon had some drama about like having too small of a tent deal, having people were like waiting outside in the hot sun, and it was a similar sort of thing that you mentioned with the phone bus. I think that one had a lot more money than people involved. There were like big crowds, very upset people.
Is this the problem with like too much or too little, anticipating, planning, setting expectations, or just generally like trying to do things?
What are you doing here?
It's just like at the end of the weekend, they're like, "Here's your bill." They tell you up front. This month, I'm gonna look at that, and then like, needs to change. We either need like 10,000 more people or $20,000 less space. I just can't imagine all of those.
Yeah, apparently someone needed it.
Now, a ball pits for just a year for
I can actually confirm that those playgrounds are keeping going with all the slides and stuff, not McDonald's specifically.
You're in water parks.
Yeah, absolutely. You
I think I first tried this guy last time.
You invented a sterile water supply.
I'll take that out of it.
Yeah. I invented a sterile water supply. I'm not sure that wasn't where you came from.
Just as good as chlorine bleach, whatever sponsor is complaining.
We should sell it right. Pretty sure that's a hazardous material. Different qualities. I think Europe probably built failing around places. What about those sneakers we talked about? Make urine sneakers like a drop of urine. That's Mischief's next drop. Holy water, urine, semen.
Hello again. Oh, allow me a moment. You are unable to enter the earth, prevented by the man. The thorns are in a husk of the earth. The only way to stand and become my purpose. So I'd like you to undertake to the flame of Ruth then and go.
Yeah, I get the whole medallion.
To the flame then and guide.
I got $1 million money.
That's just showbiz. Murphy is funnier the first time. I'm still excited to hear.
Yeah, no, I believe
I believe so.
I'm here to be impressed.
Alright, so this is the
I
tale
don't. I'm known as
of Tom
Dahid,
and
but
Lisa,
those who all the more. Unless you.
and their experience at
Well, with a power.
2017.
How would you, if you're inclined? Then I'll introduce. I have a matter to
2017,
the beast. What say
Blizzard's
you?
biggest pull. I
Very
don't know if it
well.
still is, but it was
I've
Overwatch.
marked the. It will lead.
Overwatch was booming.
What
And
is
it's
it?
really
And
exciting
it will
because
lead
it's
you.
going to be the second year, I believe, they had the Overwatch.
I've decided. I'm often
World
so
Cup.
may not if
Okay,
there's
that was a good one. That was a good year.
that. It's incantation.
Yeah. Have you
Very
guys seen
well.
what the arena looks like where they host the World Cup? It's an actual like arena.
May the golden
It's their photo. You guys listening can look it up. But they have this actual, fully like round arena with the competitors sitting like on an elevated stage. Giant TVs and like hanging from the ceiling. You can see the gameplay. I believe they also cut to like images. They had cameras aimed at like the actual competitors too. So they would occasionally show like who they were talking about. They had announcers sitting off to the side. Behind the seating, there were hallways like food and restrooms and stuff. So it's like an actual like if it was a sporting event, like a football stadium. Very similar basketball game to get a better explanation, like a basketball arena. Very similar layout, like very professional, very amazing. Honestly, it was really, really awesome to see whenever I got to see it. Anyway, 2017, the Overwatch World Cup was and Tom and Lisa had media badges to BlizzCon. They were getting to enjoy media access. They got a little bit early, like walkthroughs for some of the things. But the most important thing is they wanted to go to the Overwatch World Cup. And I believe,
But one day without fail,
it
you
was
will
a
have your
big
wish.
event. I think on Friday they had
Forgiveness, Queen America.
quarterfinals or something. Saturday, I think they had the semifinals and finals. And so on Friday they attended. They walked up. There was basically like a hallway that you walked up
Those words
to,
were not meant
show
for maybe
your
prisoner
badge
to you,
somebody that
tarnished
went.
lot, but my
There was a
prayers are
designated media
mine.
section,
Well,
media
I've had
seating,
my
so
say.
plenty of seats for media, and then the rest of the stadium was pretty open.
But go.
First come, first serve. There was like
Are
a
you
family
out
and
of your
friends
mind?
section that was kind of
Stay
like on the
with an
floor. If you look at the photo,
absurd.
you kind of see like family and friends had seats on the
I
floor,
refuse to,
kind
but
of
I
nearby
don't
the
doubt
stadium.
you,
But
but I
basically,
know
they got
when
to watch
something's
the
too good to be.
no problem. And they enjoyed it. I remember I got to see some of the competition. It was actually really cool. Like, people were super into it. I had no idea what to expect. But, like, they sold jerseys. People were buying jerseys for USA or South Korea, Canada, whoever they were supporting. And it was like actually being at a sporting event. People took it really seriously. They were having fun. There was a lot of cheering and everything. It was very like lighthearted and just enjoyable. So Saturday comes along, and Tom and Lisa are here with some friends, and their friends message them that they're already at the arena early in the day because a lot of people are trying to get in, and they wanted to make sure that they could get seats. People that had media badges, they just lay out. Media might show up to where it might go up. Tom and Lisa
Back
go to the
already,
arena.
no matter.
They kind of bypass a lot
I
of the
spoke with the girl. She has a gift, so I told her everything. I'm indebted to a spirit tuner I met long ago. It was all I could do to honour her. I'm sorry I doubt it.
Trying to get into the arena. And I'm like, man,
I love him.
that
Good to see you again. I have you to thank,
I
don't
feel
I?
bad for
I
people
can
that don't have
happily
like
announce
media
I'm
access or
Asda,
whatever else. They
if
walk
I
by the
think
line, they
there's
walk
anyone
up
I
to the front,
certain
and one of the
Rodrigo,
enforcers walks. I don't know if they were probably enforcers.
I need to
but
warn you
one of
about a
the
little while
enforcers
ago,
or
and I
security
can hear
people
the
walk up
howling
to
and
them, stop
wailing
them,
of
like, hey,
spirits in
we're media,
fear
we're
of a
trying to get the media section
plethora
going
of
on the
spirits.
World
Can't
Cup.
even
And the
imagine.
guy says,
Not
well,
even
right
the
now,
crafting caused anything like you should keep your distance. I know you're strong.
Together, you all have to wait in line
I'd
together
like
to
to
try to
ask
get
you,
in.
can you
Looking
take
over
this
the
little
man's
one and
shoulder,
it can't be
they see the
sewn
media
up?
section
The
is
spirits
actually
would
like
rather be glad
full
of your
of them.
company.
The rest of the stadium's getting pretty full, but the media section is maybe half full. And they point this out that, well, the media section doesn't look like it's that full right now. And the guy, he was kind of a dick about it. He was kind of just like brushing them off, kind of like didn't want to acknowledge them, and was really overwhelmed, a little stressed, and overworked at that time. But he was kind of a dick. And Tom's the kind of person who is very nice, but when he gets pissed off, he gets kind of
The tarnished reaches a peculiar location within the city. Upon entering, it feels familiar to anyone who's been to the Round Table Vault. Everything is simultaneously exactly where it should be, but only most of what once was remains. Where Gideon would spend hours poring over books in the library, there's only emptiness. Where Hugh would be spending hours smoothing away, there's only silence. To get a better idea of what this place was and why it looks exactly like the Round Table Hold, we need only enter the doors to the chamber. Finally, and the two fingers. Where the two fingers would normally be, we find a new weapon, a coated sword. According to the description of the coated sword, we find that the original Round Table Hold, long abandoned after the Shattering, was a gathering place for Queen Marika's champions. You see, the Round Table Hold that we visit that serves the base of operations for the Tarnished.
When you start to make music.
Hey everyone, Pipper2 Gaming here again with a Elden Ring guide. This time we're actually looking for the Grand Lift of Roll, and you'll get this after you beat the boss in the Elden Throne. You'll try to go through the Thorns wall, and it says basically you don't have the right. If you rest at the grace, you'll get a couple items that'll kind of show you where to go, but then of course as typical in Dark Souls series, they don't really tell you exactly what to do next. So on our map, we're going to go back to the Avenue balcony here, and from this grace, we're going to go ahead and go up the stairs, and we're going to go to the left. This is where you fought one of the Erd Tree looking monsters before, and there will be a door over here that you can now open.
Who seek to become the Elden Lord is possibly an illusion created by Queen Marika. For punishment upon shattering the Elden Ring, Queen Marika was physically imprisoned within the Erd Tree by the Elden Beast on behalf of the Greater Will, and a wall of impenetrable thorns served to seal her inside. Unfortunately, upon approaching the thorns, were turned away. But all this is speculation. I believe the Round Table Hold that we have been visiting since near the beginning of the game is located within the Erd Tree. Evidence of this is that upon igniting the Erd Tree at the Giant's Forge, we see that the Erd Tree itself has lit aflame. Nothing else, even around the capital city, seems to be in flames. However, upon visiting the Round Table Hold, we find that the flames engulf the entire location, yet no one seems concerned or this, to me, is strong evidence that only is the Round Table Hold an illusion. It is located outside of physical space, possibly with Queen Marika herself. As Queen Marika was imprisoned within the Erd Tree, she retained her godhood status and used the power she held to create a copy of the Round Table Hold within her mind. As the Tarnished have long been seen, laying dead without grace, they were the perfect champions that Marika could build to free her from the grasps of the Erd Tree and the Elden Beast. Blessing the Tarnished with grace for the first time.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
To become the new Elden Lord. So the Round Table Hold, once the gathering place of Marika's champions of old, is restored to pleasure and leisure. A new as it exists within its new Marika. Within this new Round Table Hold, she assembles not only the Tarnished, she also sends her soldiers, more accurately, slave, an old misbegotten blacksmith named Master Hugh. Through several lines of dialogue, we learn a little about Master Hugh and his relationship with Queen Marika. Upon approaching Hugh, we surreptitiously end up eavesdropping on Hugh's prayers to Queen Marika.
Have mercy and forgiveness.
Oh, foul beast!
So here's what we can see from this little bit of dialogue. At some point, Hugh wronged Marika in a grave way. The fact that he is a prisoner in chains means that being imprisoned in the Round Table Hold was his punishment. Let's continue eventually frees his master.
That was disappearing.
As he is not a god or a demigod that we know of. However, I do wonder if Queen Marika was bold enough to shatter the Elden Ring. I feel like she, in a sense of self-preservation, would have felt that there was a way she could get away with it without drawing the ire of the Greater Will. But since the Greater Will did indeed discover what she had done, I do wonder how they discovered that it was her, and if Hugh played a role in that. From what I can gather about Hugh's personality, he's very blunt and matter-of-fact, and seems to take comfort in the predictable nature of order around him. And since Marika's shattering of the Elden Ring brought so much chaos to his life, all of the lives of the lands between produce a strong motivation Hugh would have for turning on his master, beyond the simple fact that he was a slave in chains under her control. One more possibility for Hugh's imprisonment. And this is the one that I find more likely than the others that I mentioned. When Ronnie's assassins killed Godwin the Golden, Ronnie took a fragment of the Ring of Death that was infused with Godwin's blade to create the black knives used to slay a demigod. In order to create these weapons, she would have needed a smith, and who else would she have turned to create such a weapon other than a smith like Hugh, who was the slave and smith of her own mother, Queen Marika. So, seemingly ripped of his characteristic rings he would have had as a misbegotten, placed in chains, he would serve at the round table of Rome, serving until the day can finally come. He was able to atone for his sins against her. So if the round table hold its own of Queen Marika, why is it that we can still access the round table hold after defeating her at the end of the game? To answer that, we have to explore the concept of the death and what it is within the world of Elden Ring. Because the Ring of Death was removed from the Elden Ring itself,
So I don't know why Hugh lost his memory.
their friends go slowly walking away in the cave, unable to get there. This message, they see a couple walk up to a side door they'd never noticed before, and they knock on the side door. Another security person opens up, standing there, and
Hello, Smo.
they have a bag that looks like familiar, but has no idea what it is of the next week. Because they kind of think they claim so probably okay. They were a little bit waiting for another person or up to that door. And after a few minutes, another couple approaches, knocks on the door.
That's a good place for a frickin' shooter. YN.
The front two people that have knocked on the door show their back. On Lisa, I'll make sure, show the back of their back. We're showing them a graphic of look at their hand. Reading person overlooks that, they're all right. They follow them. And at this point,
It's all backwards. They're backwards. They never. And you just have to look. It's shut in. I have 100% done. When we were on the 8th control, really sick. Afterwards, just now, try and get medical assistance. So like, all right, you can get Amsterdam. And the fear that all the conventions that are in it, they like carry, oh, like an actual big, not a small convention. Yeah, like diaper and like it was like a mommy convention or something. You tried to go from the theater to the outside world to go into Amsterdam to get some dinner and just like see the city. A bunch of hallways that somehow connected the backstage of our theater to the door that was down the dead center of this baby convention, this Dutch baby convention. Everyone had badges. We had nothing. Where's the I'm like, yeah, these breast pumps, right? Were there actual babies like in this place, or was it just like chaos? Buy a baby, build a baby. It was the same as every other like store, except the only people there were exhausted parents, children, strollers, or
I want to make my baby shut up. You got something? You got a baby shut up device?
yeah.
A baby shut up banana?
And like at the time we were like, oh, bro, convention. But the dude at the door of that convention was like, oh, okay, go see the baby. Oh, it's a baby convention. That's cool. And yes, I'm Dutch. I'm Dutch.
Oh, what am I going to get? Don't make contacts. Once we get back to America, that's a baby convention.
Also, we had that rule in the first sequence. Anywhere in Europe, Ethan comes out and is like, hey, it's so good to be in the bag. What is up, you bag? And everyone is Danish. Yeah, so anyway, some of those convention people can be real. There, and like his your like yesterday, your badge from like reader, you know, relations or something, and they're inside the convention, and it's like, well, how am I supposed to get in there without my badge? Get my badge, and like they're bag where it's like, no, you're not the badge. This is my only job. This is my only value. I have most of them all. I think anyone's getting arrested in the business. But they both show yeah. Do you think the conventions are going to come back in a big way? Because we all know conventions are like the plague, or the spread, or there, or even adults. It's based on how the virus was handled overall. I think there's a good chance it's going to come back pretty similar to how it was. I would like to think people learned some lessons, but I was a vet fan. I mean, I think the big thing about conventions is some people are going to be scared away off the top who are vulnerable to getting sick or who it affects more intensely. But I think a lot of people are going to go back to like big hospitalized. I don't know how to use those super I get my second dose and like but it was like you know, things get up and hard to resist here. Just go lick strangers on the street because I feel fine. But like I get that I bet that just go back to, you know, sure I'll change everything on board. Probably not. Would you guys go back to it? I get sick. I also myself dancing. Like, and I don't have a week of users. It's just like, everyone wants a hug. Hey, yeah, go. Not anymore, not lately. You know what? You want to change that? Actually getting exercise and some sun. I'm not going to get into the gym right now. And you basically have no and I'll go out of you. It's just like, I'm serving water at this point. I think it is. I drink lots of water. And I haven't been sick in a while. I've been sick in a while.
You guys are big.
And I think it's starting to, like,
I wish they're not dead.
Getting stuff. Say that's good for you. And I do. Would you go back to like a Disney? Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's a very similar type of thing to me, right? That has more value for me. The product is different, but the crowds are the same. You know, I mean, this is a purple thing or something. In our position,
Boy.
it's not like I bought some stuff. We got to be not as like
Ew.
a guest, but it's like I work with a company, and so I just got a pass and got to.
Nope.
You do the houses and you're doing special stuff. That is a lot. It's a lot to meet that many people face to face. It's a lot to even do
We're
the
almost
backstage
there.
stuff.
The flame
like,
of ruin.
you know,
I'm glad it was you. I must tender my thanks. Thank you. Please continue.
People you have no idea who the hell they are, but you have small talk
Do it.
with because you have this thing together. It's exhausting. I don't get a lot of positives other than being there with friends on a gaming session. Like, it's mostly fun. The crowds are the only thing. You have to deal with the crowds and people see touch me. They don't want my autograph. They don't want me to look at them. We're all trying to do our own things. It's just focusing on hanging out with friends and just dealing with crowds of people.
I wonder if it's more like from perspective than expert. Because I guess I'm just that kind of stuff never makes me enjoy meeting people. I'm energized by crowds as an extroverted person. So I wonder if that. I mean, obviously the whole pandemic will change our outlook slightly too, but just in general, feeling that way about it. It seems less about pandemic-y and almost more just like an introverted, like, I'd rather just go hang out with friends than deal with a whole bunch of people.
Let's do it, buddy.
It's hard to find out. Honestly, like the engagement. Like maybe it's so.
Your leg. We broke the bone, right? Pretty badass. It's a good detail. I didn't use one last time I fought him. That was my fault.
I don't know that I care enough about anything at a convention to want to go to a convention. It was more so to hang out with friends and like have a time go just to see your friends. You know, I think that's usually it. The games, the just like they like hanging out with friends at a convention. So yeah, that's the fun. What else? I am your judge here. Very patient, but it's
What are you thinking, Teach? My horse! roly poly. Get the other leg too. Come here, Zuko. Fucking hell. How much money do I get? That's not bad.
Say that my story was so impactful that it resonated over and through his story. Great job. 75 points to Mark's story.
Ugh.
Behind the scenes, cutting the kitchen and like repairing meals and stuff, taking secret elevators and going through like some back doors and these little tiny hallways. It was just such a
I have long observed this world and death. Are you to commit? Very well. Let my hand.
It's a loser.
Website, probably. All the images, maybe some no promises, might be uploaded to the website from this. I don't know.
You know, gamer guy piss jars. Gamer guy piss jars.
That's sick. Let's end on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Erd
good night,
tree,
good luck.
you shall burn.
Okay.
Podcast out.
Hell yeah.
Burn for the sake of the new
And
lord.
welcome to Destruct, a Wood Elf production with your hosts, Bob the Magnificent, Bob the Brilliant, and Wade the Wonderful. This week, the terrific triplicity talk of tales of escalation, one-upmanship, and outdoing the opposition.
Thank you
It's all by
for guiding me here.
You're welcome.
And enjoy the show.
Hey guys, welcome back to Distractable. Here we discuss anything that interests us to be conceived and bring most captivating stories to the table. After dominating and crushing everyone and winning handily last week, I might add.
The
I'm
one
this
who
week's host,
walks
so I will be
alongside
judging.
Pedos.
And it's a fun one today, boys. But first,
shall one day
Mark,
meet the
Bob,
road of destined death.
Killed my going so long this morning for my non-brand
Goodbye.
mixer. Killed it. Killed it dead.
What'd you do, Mark? How'd you break?
I spilled a non-brand nutritious liquid onto it, and it instantly died. And the strangest thing is that it screamed as it died. Like, it's difficult to explain, but it sounded like...
We were actually in the call that happened. Bob, do you remember what was the last thing we heard him say?
I think we literally just remarked that, like, we were like, hey, we're coming here, and Mark was like,
It's dead. It's so very dead.
Yeah, pretty much. I said, she dead. Oh, she fucking dead. Oh, my fucking God, it's actually dead. That's what I said. I just hear a terrifying screaming. That's the
By default, you get to go first.
Thank you. It's not so much like a some story, but properly. And Bob, actually, you might remember there. You might have seen of me stumbling big back. Hey, do you think I know what you're talking about? Yeah, because so incredibly college and me trying to be.
I love Bob Wade and Mark.
So I
Weird. Weird. this parkour adventure to the next level and go like, yeah, I'm totally fine. And then the guy behind me, he dropped like 100%, no, right into his face and chest, and you just hear him go, just all the way dropped out, and he desperately like falling out, trying to get the sucking breath in.
sure a long rest fixes almost anything.
Yeah.
Rest, right? Yeah. Like D&D, take a long rest, you miss the wrong. Yeah. So it's like stuff will come.
No.
Yeah. Words from, death-defying heights.
Yeah.
Was there any part of you that showed up to that and saw that it was pretty informal and everyone started doing stuff and you were like, and then guys started jumping off the second story thing and did you just look at it and be like, all right, let's go, man? Was there any part of you, maybe don't. I'll take the stairs.
Oh man. No, I mean it's definitely like that, and it sucks to say it. It's like, no, man, you don't want to act like
the dangerous life that
Damn it. Do you think that I would have, like, after the first of all, like, look, you guys show me how to do this roll thing, because it's clear that I don't know. Oh, that's not cool. I hit the ground and I was like, I like am down there for a while. And I'm like, oh, good. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm done. Like so, get out there and try things. I never tried anything again. I tried anything from like September and back to January. Yeah. So like, that's exactly what we were doing. We wanted room for activities. That's exactly what
If we ask an RA to do this, they'll probably be like, no, do that. They have to fill in a form or something. We're not snatch. They use to place the metal. And I don't know how to use you, Mark. I got credit where it's due.
Bro, you're fucking with me.
We eyeball them to the same ish length, set them all in. We hoist the bed up really precariously, set it on the pins. It was like half an inch, and it was half an inch. It's like the bed weight of that bed is sitting on of the bed and what it's supposed to be sitting on. And we look at that, and it's like...
Ugh. Fuck.
out of a window above yours, and they come flying by your window like they're parachuting or something. Like, I'm just laying in bed, and I just see Mark like, whoops. And then Mark's on the floor, and I'm like, like, I feel that. Like, I think you both will be okay. I'm like, no, okay. After I go,
that was fixed, so...
I love the visual of starting the rowboat climb and then just being fucking plated and not being able to hold the. Yeah, that's so fun. I'm gonna have like more spots with you, man. But I'm probably. Did you ever see the guy that like climbed up to walk away again?
Oh, he definitely died. He died. He died.
I was so focused on me. I didn't
probably looked at different because they're like having a beer. Like, the sixth and seventh guy killed Fred. Second story.
Fuck.
I found this motorcycle for real cheap. Didn't question why. Very interesting and just the way I learned a lot. The guy who I was buying it from, some random middle-aged dude. I messaged him and I was like, I got the cash. I can buy it. He was like, you ride it? And my second message to him was like, hey, you should have thought better of this. Didn't say like, ooh, I don't know if I should go. Young man, never done this before. He was like, no problem, I can teach you. Sure. Yeah. So I meet him in a church park, and he teaches me how to ride. Luckily, my car was like a 5 hours of manual trip. I learned pretty quick. I'm good at like driving. I met him for 45 minutes in a church park, and it was like nighttime, which I hadn't considered. I had a friend. I met him, and then I rode from beautiful Kentucky back to where I live, right by the University of Cincinnati. It's like, a half-hour ride, complex, on highways, the heart of Cincinnati. You have to go through some interchanges and all this stuff. I actually got literally by sheer luck and dumb idiocy. I got home, and I went and I got my license. I got a helmet. Didn't have those things. I didn't have a good one when I rode that I was going to be traveling after the class I had to do, and then I was going to be in the afternoon. So I was traveling afternoon to evening. It gets down to like, I don't know, 40 degrees, maybe 50 degrees below, depending on the time of year. Exactly. And I thought to myself, I know how to get through a house. Just hop on 32 east, right? You take whatever, 75, whatever, get to 32 east, and it's like an hour away, right? And you just go to Ohio University. This is sort of in the days before fully phone out. This is maybe like 8, 9, 10. So it's check. I have it in front of me. If you take the Google Maps from the University of Cincinnati, it's approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's like a 2.5 to 3 hour drive.
And I have on my motorcycle. I have a nice jacket.
Ugh. Fuck.
Not super cold, in the 60s maybe. The thing I didn't understand until the moment I got on the highway and the next 2.5 hours of riding is that if it's like 60 degrees outside ambient, or at least that's the temperature, if you're going 70 miles an hour, it feels like if it's like 40 degrees, and if the sun is so bright, because you're an idiot, you're in the middle of nowhere.
Whoa, fuck.
It's 40 degrees out, it feels like 20 degrees or lower on your poor hands that have literally no.
That's like 6 bosses worth of money I just lost.
And like, I'm going to say out of Cincinnati, first maybe 40 minutes, like, chilly.
That's fucking bullshit.
Like, well, when I turn back, I have to wait for me to play gig. Yeah, right, but I'll be there for dinner. Like, I can't turn back. Can't stop. You did it. Gotta be there for boys. Gotta show up. Gotta get paid for this gig. Gotta have beer for the boys. And it gets imagine it would be 70 mile an hour wind, and it's freezing, and my hands are not great on a boat. You really need to be able to do that all the time.
Think about that. Like, yeah, if your hands don't work, you can't work the leverage, you can't do anything. You kind of just freeze in place.
Yeah, my feet start to go numb, which is the only other thing you have for motion control. You need to both hands, both feet, to do all the parts of the motorcycle, to shift, and actually brake, and to not fall over. It's like, well, yeah. That's the like empty like person thing. I just stood there for like half an hour eating
2 for 1. 2 birds with 1 big ass sword. I just killed you recently, bud. Oh. I thought you were dead. Glad he doesn't have full health, he's damn strong. Ugh. So close. I can smell it. The
Destined death.
Look, well, that's the thing, though. I didn't even check. I knew how to get there back in the days when you just knew.
Oh, death. Become my blade once more.
He's the alpha man. Ah.
Like, oh, I take 70 to Columbus, and I take 32 to go to F. I didn't have GPS. I didn't have printed out MapQuest directions or anything. I just was like, yeah, I know where that is. Which I can't imagine doing right as an adult, and I know where things are. Who does that? I would never do that. You do that, actually. Yeah. Like, hey, what if you go the wrong way? Or what if I tell something the wrong thing? I know the way.
No, no, it sounds cooler.
Oh, my God. I don't know. I've always been good. You and your car, like, oh, man, I could use this, like, fancy map overlay, but the star, there's the North Star. I don't need that. Perfect. I know how to get to, I don't know, Westdale, LA.
I don't know. I believe when I'm driving, I don't really do maps. Like, that's why. It's kind of like why I already. Hey! Because I'm things, but I'm always looking at landmarks, trying to gauge where so I'm getting that location. I can perfect back to like type of games I played as a kid. It's like
Can't just spawn in like that.
Well, say being a passenger in a car, you always look like and I was like, yeah,
both did the same thing. Nice. They got the item, I think. I could have got it, but I don't feel like it. I don't do parrying. I only do that in Night Rain. Night Rain honestly has better parry than mine.
Fish.
Yeah, bro. So much easier on New Game Plus. Nice, bro. Nice.
But they take all the middle, like, inner roads in LA, and that's the fucking worst. Like, before. And it's like GPS told them to take a left turn across a 6-lane road. It's literally like looking left, looking right. I'm gonna inch out into traffic. They don't stop. You just have people like looking at you like, Jesus Christ, this fucking thing. And then like behind you, like more cars are trying to like, oh, my chance. Oh, we have a little under. And then,
I wonder if people summon on streams just to flex, like they summon, but then they do the whole thing.
That's the
No
worst
hit.
too. I've been my least
That'd be pretty
favorite
horror.
Uber experience is when you're in one of those cars, you know, the turn lane where it's like that, when you're and it's like a gap. My chance, and the next 8 cars are just like, yes, our chance, and they just pull out into oncoming traffic, and you're like,
Is unbound.
I should never sit on the passenger side. Holy fuck!
Were you guys in Boston where we made the mistake of telling the dude we were in a hurry, and he drove down a double yellow line with his finger, middle finger out his window the whole fucking way, and then he demanded us give him like a $30 tip before we were allowed to get out.
But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns.
Hell yeah.
Any final thoughts before I award points and wrap this one up?
No, but we should remember for a future episode to do like Dark childhood stories and just a whole episode on all the freshman year escapades that Bob and I had.
Yeah.
Like, good God.
You'll
This is
be
just Hold My
Elden
Beer
Lord
Part 1,
yet.
then. We'll have a follow-up coming sometime down the line. Oh, man. Okay, how do I want to award points here? Bob, you tell stories so good. I'm just going to give you 1,000 points for being a good storyteller.
All right.
You got 14 for being a little bit late on the title. Mark, you got 77 points. I don't know. I feel like Mark told a story and then led to a second story that Bob helped with. So, like, Mark drove a lot of conversation today. So, however many points Mark needs to win by 1 point, that's how many points I win. Mark, you win.
I eked the victory.
You eked it out. By being the dumbest one in the call, you win. Congratulations.
I'm doing math or anything. God damn it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll take the win. I feel like I really made the bunk bed story by telling my part of it, but that's
Shut up.
Hey, I was like, we should make that collaborative together, but you know.
To be fair, it was Mark's nose in the sex and his body at risk on the coat hangers. And him that fell out after breaking his shoulder and his ass already.
That was a hell of a year. A lot of stuff that year, man.
A lot of falling.
Yeah, a lot of falling.
Yeah, I fell out of my much lower bed too, and that was pretty scary. So.
A foot off the ground versus the 8.
Hey, like 5 feet, 4 feet off the ground, 4 or 5, maybe even 6. I don't know.
I'm stunned that I didn't get hurt. Like, because it didn't hurt at all. Like, I knocked the TV over. I fell, like, my shoulder landed on the bridge. Like, I landed perfectly in that little gap in between your bed and the
Finally.
bridge. Like, there was a stool
Time to finish this shit.
You should have absolutely broken your neck on the TV or the fridge or something, because you should have lived.
Through a lot of things.
We should both be dead.
Moral of the story, don't do dumb shit out there. Be smarter than they were.
Looking at you, college freshman.
Yeah, this podcast is a cautionary tale of everything.
Traitor.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend you.
Fucking loser.
She'll take the throne.
Stealing the spell that I achieved. Yeah, nothing there, is there? Lol. Fucking loser. Shut the fuck up. No one cares.
Podcast down!
We'll see about that.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable, a Wood Elf production, with your hosts, Melodious Mark, Bonafide Law, and Wacky Flame. This week, the Transcendent Triad take on collective consciousness, narrow like surveillance, and the preponderance towards positive pattern recognition in potentially unrelated events. Indeed, it is time to discuss synchronicity. Please prepare thy tinfoil head accoutrements and
Hello and welcome to another episode of Distractable. This one is recorded live. It's a live website audience,
a live internet audience.
Live internet audience. Everybody at home is listening to this on their various podcast sites, but this one in particular is no one needs to know that. Does anyone need to know that?
That's perfect. Beautiful intro.
They're probably super interested.
They're going to feel left out. Listening at home to the podcast, they're going to be behind the screen.
Well, it's their fault. They feel left out because they're not following us on other platforms.
There's definitely people that are podcasting. Do you think that there are people that have discovered the podcast and
Why does it feel like
us
that?
from the podcast itself and nothing else?
God, I hope so.
There's at least 3 people that listen to the podcast that never listen to Health.
The next time one of us goes to a convention, someone who's doing like a meet and greet or something, someone comes up and they're like, I love the podcast. Are these all podcast fans? And you're like, oh, no, I stream. Like, what streaming? No, that sounds stupid. I like you less now. Just do the podcast.
We're losing fans because they don't do it.
I was at a party live. Just like a couple hours ago. This guy that I was talking to, I only met him that night. He was talking to me, asking me questions about like what my marketing strategy was, or like how I've been successful on YouTube. And I just went, oh, I don't know. You tell me what my strategy. I started talking about like the 3 pillars of advertising, like
Who's this?
remember we're in sync and some other Like, and I was just like, he's like, yeah, but you target audience, and I'm like, I don't target anything. I do a shotgun blast of just my content, and
Another
whoever
person?
falls in the spray becomes a fan. And then, like they were talking, people were like, yeah, we gotta branch out and try to reach more.
Oh, I still have it.
I didn't do that. I just like people somehow just find me, and all I do is I make fun of my audience. Like 9 times out of 10, I am mocking my audience. I don't know why they're still here.
It's true. I literally try to get rid of my audience. I started going to the GTRP recently, and I tell everyone to go play there, and then they literally don't come back. They go and they join, and they never come back. I literally send my audience away. I give them a diving board away from my career. I say, jump! And it works.
I mean, maybe that's not the best strategy.
Oh, God. Hey! I get emails like, hey, Wade, you're really killing your career. I've stopped doing whatever you're doing. Everybody goes, let's go. Hey, don't come back.
Sure. I just, but I think also it was kind of a testament. Just like, I'm always trying new things when it comes to keep surprising. Like, they're fully inside of me. They have no idea what's going on. They see things.
Definitely.
Whoa. Stop stomping. You're not finding him, Isaac. You are stupid. Glad he missed. Ugh. Stop it, Stompy. Mr. Stomps a lot. Oh no. I'm goaded. Let's go, buddy.
And just kind of exploring the topic of it's like coincidences, right? But even a step further. It's not just like, oh, I was just curious about this. It's like I've had things where I was looking stuff up and I discover a new piece of information and suddenly it's posted on Reddit. Like, I'm like, oh my god, it's on Reddit.
I have a really recent example. In fact,
yeah, I would love to know. Bob, do you have anything about this?
I'll have something really good, I'm sure.
All right. Well, Wade was first in the gun, so I'm awarding 1 point for the official about this. So, Wade, you get the first point for what is your experience?
All right. It's called. Well, I even got a title ready. Ready for this? It's a banger. Out of the semi into the synchronicity. What? That's my title.
Oh, hello, buddy.
I feel like
It's Jesus.
Man, I'm going to point to Wade for that one, though.
Aw.
Thank you. Really shut Bob down. That was great.
Okay. All right. So as you all know, a few months ago, Molly and I were driving around in my car, and I got hit by a semi. My car got totaled, right? So I've been doing some car shopping. I was looking for a car very similar, probably, and out of nowhere, Molly and I were driving one day, and we saw a Lexus parked in a parking lot. And Molly pointed out, she's like, "Well, what kind of car is that?" I was like, "Lexus." I don't know, but sure. I don't actually know that much about Lexus. My aunt drives one, and I thought they were kind of like an uncommon.
Yeah, exactly. No, Matt, you've been so polite, and you will save me.
Radagon, the new husband. Seems like a bastard.
Certainly feel it. Experiences life in a way where it's like everything that's happening relates to me, and you only think differently if you have a child. If you do the same thing you know, you get 15 days off. I didn't count weekends, but you know, like you do 100 times a year for years of your life. You don't remember every single one, but you do definitely remember the time there was a crazy accident, or the 30 or 40.
He knows I'm the leader.
Mentally, it feels like a blip. It feels like I went to law school for a week, and I feel like that relates to how you perceive these like synchronicity sort of things, like you were talking about. But like you're thinking about the lights. How many times, like if you had to try and count them, it feels like every time. How many times do you think it? 50? Maybe.
Fucking bitch.
This thing that happens to you. I like to wonder about how our perception of time over the course of life, and as we age and have more time relatively that we've experienced, how that affects things.
Yeah, it'll give you a deep discussion because, like, I firmly believe it's different anything to be read into. It is just fun coincidences to talk about, but also like the perception of time itself. So I wonder how, like, on the 10th time this happens, you kind of like backtrack and then see what's happening. Because when you're aged here, the environment.
He's dead.
But I always just so happen to look like in the phone window where someone is glaring at me, and I don't know if it's like my subconscious or not glaring at me, but like looking at me. Like if I'm walking on the street, I like to look up because I'm afraid of it. So I'm looking up. I don't know if it's just like I was so much to look at me because I don't know. Seems like
That golden thing. Is that a spell I can get? Okay. That's me. He should be good here. The Mimic is strong. Thank God he's not hitting me with that. Fuck. There we go. Thanks, Mimic. Money.
Or something like it makes me feel kind of crazy, but I get that regularly, and it completely pulls me out of reality. Like if I'm with a group of friends, I might become completely silent and like just go vacant and be drawn into it, or like if I'm streaming or something.
The only blue summon sign.
The battle is over, I see.
You got 4 hands. It can't be that hard to pick it up. Slowpoke.
I do solemnly swear
Aaron Yeager.
to every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon.
We need a real Attack on Titan game.
Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond.
Fuck yeah.
Into fear, doubt, and loneliness. As the path stretcheth into darkness.
Look at that nose on me. That's a big crown you got on your hat. Girl. Let me see that face. Ooh. Ugh. That hair looks
Well then,
gross.
shall we?
Oh, it's part of your coat. Never mind. Yep, let's do it. I'm hitched.
Fear consort eternal.
Thank you. We did it, girl. Yeah. One more to go. Andy Flame.
Where is the Ecuadorian virus? Thanks, lady. Alright, now I gotta do some looking stuff up on the internet. Sending gate. Is that how I get to Mogwin Palace, I wonder? I guess we'll have to find out, huh?
Actually,
Ugh.
in random movies we know.
What's that? What the hell? Whoa! When did these get here? What's going on? Whoa! What the hell, buddy? What's going on here? Come on, I gotta use my map. Ugh.
Play a fundamental role in quantum optics research since the Hanbury-Brown and Twist experiments and the Glauber theory of quantum coherence. Dynamics of open system agenda.
I see paint everywhere.
That's my real stud. Which would make me put on that.
They're just stealing our ideas. Anything that someone comes up with, someone will come up with, they stole from us. I truly believe that because we are the main characters of this podcast and therefore the world and the universe as a whole. Anyway, I am every major corporation.
You're beautiful.
Not quick enough. They are slow as well. Oh, what? Ugh.
I'm trying to get a
organization way to try to be straight and she can look at it. Very good. Anyway, we're also trying to say that happened is that makes some piece of technology. I was thinking about my computer setup, and I was like, man, you know what? I really want things. My monitor setup and sitting on the desk twice now. That stuff under it. I didn't talk about this with
Sorry, bud.
However, they do say that in life, like every single moment of life, once in a lifetime, it's specific way. It's yes, all around us every single day, even if it's in sort of these minute details, everything is unique. Like everything is unique.
Oh, I want some cereal, bye.
There can be things that are indistinguishably unique. 1 in a trillion events happen every second of every day. So
I see that this is your usual. Perhaps you are our Lord will no doubt welcome. Yes. Now, I will transport you to...
Fuck yeah. I don't even have to get there myself.
May your visit be fruitful.
Thank you.
Get close, you can get approximations, but you'll never be exact because you come down to trailing numbers, past the decimal.
So this is recorded live, and a question was posed. The idea or the ad. So maybe we saw something, not necessarily an ad, maybe we saw something that gave us this thought, and like we saw it again because it's like, oh, that's because of the thought, not because of whatever triggered the thought in the first place. Did I see boobs today? I was gonna give you a point, man. I was gonna give you a point. No, I know. Take it back. Take it all back. One and seven. Oh, no, you want me to say that? No, I give it back to Bob. Bob, he's at my
Fuck. Hey. There you go. Jump attack. Mimic, you don't know what you're doing, man. Yeah, that's how you do it. I have that sword. Imagine that sword wouldn't be too good against him since he is essentially. Easy. First try. You loser.
Which, in some aspects, corporations that would have our sweet spot.
I ain't listening to all that.
Corporations that would do that. Because at what point does technology allow things to breach the sanctity of property, right? Your thoughts are private. No one will ever be able to hear your thoughts. But at some point, technology might get to the place where you can literally hear people's thoughts. And you know how I know this is going to be possible?
No.
What am I thinking? Dinner, your brain moves dinner. Damn it!
Boobs and dinner. That's so funny. Dinner, I love dinner.
So they needed surgery and seizure, they passed out. The other twins started panicking, not just because they said, I can't hear my sister. And they weren't talking about hearing each other's thoughts, in their mind. But they're when conscious that one stop thinking, obviously, and so in their head. And so just to me, that says not only is it possible to interpret another being's electrical signals in their brain into coherent words, but that if it's possible in real life with these neurons, then at some point,
Hello.
hear someone's thoughts. When that happens, you know what I mean? Horny and hungry. Okay, good. I know the majority of just horny and hungry.
Ugh.
Alright guys, so here's a little guide to show you how to reach on cards. There are two ways to get there, either by doing blackface mask quest or without. So here's the first way. Laura's located at the Rose Church, so go to the Rose Church and talk to Var. He'll give you this necessary finger. Use this item to invade someone else's game 3 times. Don't be nervous if you not go from Urge and talk to Var. Cool?
Quest, so here's the first one. That's three.
Loser. They scare noises. What happened to this charge?
You claimed that what? Aha. You're in my doubts. The words of the two truly. Naught but I believe that when the elder... Even worse. That's the part. Oh, I have a means for Give it a try. And if it please... I've high. Be sure there's no the tarnish. Be sure I'm quite certain.
Fingers, use this option to invade sites. Game 3 times. Don't be nervous if you're not built for invading, as you don't have to kill anyone. You can totally just invade and die if you want to. Just make sure you don't have loads of runes on you when you do invade, otherwise you will lose them all. Anyway, use the festering bloody
Be sure to try that thing. I'm quite certain.
times, then return to life face to Var. He'll next give you the Lord of Rings favour. Once you've got that, go to the Church of Inhibition. If you've not been there before, the quickest way here is south from the lift of Daedalus. It's a short trek through the mountains, but watch out because there is an enemy that causes your madness meter. It's very secret.
Well, I'm opening this up. What is the book going to be like? Some people will be super secretive, right? Like someone, like the people that are already kind of conspiracy, they're going to be so locked down and trying to avoid everything, people, technology, whatever. There's not going to be enough caves on the planet for everybody to. I mean, I think part of that is that there are a lot of conversations, like futurist conversations, where if you want to have a conversation like this one, you have to just accept, like, yeah, okay, we don't even really understand what sort of technology would exist that could accomplish that, but theoretically, it will exist. But, like, by the time we get to there, I feel like humanity, I hope, if we're still going and we haven't wiped ourselves out yet, will be in such a different place in terms of, like, self.
Where is this guy? damn it. My money. Is that gonna get all my money? Ugh. Ugh.
Yeah, okay, we don't even remotely understand. But theoretically, it will exist. But like, by the time we get there, I feel like humanity, I hope, will still know it. Wiped ourselves out yet. We'll be in such a different place in terms of like
My
self-realization
money.
as individuals and actualization as like a race, like a spacefaring race. Because where humans are right now, we're essentially like grubby little wild animals. Like we don't function in terms of higher levels of even people who are really good people in the world, level is still very self-functioning. And humans are all about preserving the self, preserving the family unit, preserving the tribal unit. Like, there's all this very self-centered and group-centered stuff. I feel like at the wrong time when that technology exists, when you can access the actual universe stuff, humanity is in a different place.
We never got that.
I'm curious if we can do this because this is recorded live. I want to poll how many people want to join the hive mind after watching this. It's a good poll. How many people try to block it? How many people would be curious enough to like get a taste of the hive mind? That means your thoughts will also be accessible. So
I'm just making a simple yes or no. There's no qualifications on this stuff. Understand what that is. You get a device that opens your brain up, and everyone also thinks yes, they are part of it. You say no, you did not accept the invitation to the hive. Everyone better participate in this poll.
Alright, I also have a poll. I know what you think. Answer my poll.
I'm gonna wait and say what I think I would do until after I see.
Now, the other question would be, like, would one person in the hive mind start to become like the dominant voice in there? Would it all like be a collective? Like, would you lose your sense of self in this like cloud? I think the game Discover Our Bodies kind of plays this like idea, a very very small portion of it, which is like, would one voice, or would they all kind of like collectively form one voice that was not any individual, but was like an echo of everything? Like, would they all start to act the same? Would it weirdly be better for society?
I think it's hard for us as we exist to perceive it, but I have to imagine it would be more like the way you use yourself. Yes, so you understand that it is a collective, but you couldn't possibly maintain a sense of self if you really were in like a hive mind situation.
Yeah, because you have so many voices screaming at you to do something physical. Voice interval now in the cacophony.
Well, it would kind of feel like it was just you because God doesn't know it, but you would experience all thoughts the hive mind as your own. But like not, they're all your own thoughts. But it feels like you are one being. And it would probably, if you went from being an individual to a hive mind, you probably would maintain the feeling of, it feels like I'm just having all these thoughts now.
People are asking, like, is it proximity chat based? I was like, no, I don't think so. Maybe if you are near someone else, like, you can hear their voice clearly. So I guess proximity chat, but there's always like language.
Fallout 76 proximity chat. It's always on. You have no choice. It's screaming at you.
Don't push the talk. You're just always
instead of screaming over my Discord, everyone just like
So what happens like for instincts, right? Like your instinct for self-preservation or like to preserve our species, right? People want to like have kids. So we have like our own basic thing. Like if we see a person, we can put it out because they're trying to protect themselves. So if you have like 10 people, 1 million people, is it like everyone becomes desirable, or is it more into like one mold that kind of takes like is it like a like building up an ideal person of these poles, like right? You have all these different voices saying like, brunette, redhead, blonde, blah, and like just the majority slowly morphs to like, oh, okay, this is the image we're talking about, like the ideal person, or is it still collective? Like just a giant orgy where everyone just jumps to a pile?
Yeah, I have to imagine that's why half-life characters are so you could never have a dominant like thought.
Yeah.
The thinking becomes utilitarian, right?
Yeah.
The thinking becomes survival of the hive mind, what's best for the hive mind.
Yeah.
All of the individual concerns of attractiveness of a mate, like your example, or like what are we going to eat, or it's optimal for the collective.
You just have one guy like, I'm having sex! Way to go, Greg. Good job.
We're like, we know, we're there.
Character exists. Anyone's ever written like a hive mind character where there were just outliers in the hive mind? Like everyone kind of hated, but it's the same character, but they're just randomly like, oh, she's so hot. The hive mind voice is like, we're sorry. Greg's kind of an asshole.
Now, what would happen if someone lost that connection? Like, if you were in there, like, you would so much connection itself.
Damn it.
smell beer while everyone else is going. It feels kind of a good person.
I deja vu all the time because I was like, I'm at this restaurant and 20 people in your head are like, I've been there before.
Nice. 79% of people would rather not. You got 70.
You have more eager people.
That says something about those Facebook people wanting to be part of the collective.
All right, I'm going to bring this together. We all have some really great points inside this here. We've made some great tangents away from the base thing of synchronicity, but I think we got to a really interesting place and a good discussion. Wade, I hate to say this, but if you had not asked me to remove so many points from you, you would be winning right now because you have 3 points.
I believe. I still got this.
No, you don't, because it's over.
Take those away too and score this golf thing.
No, it's not golf.
Okay, but
I do this my way. Wade, you have
we do this our way.
This is not a collective. This is me and you, and
this is a distractible collective. Our podcast.
Yes. Well, everyone listening is part of the collective because they all follow us on whatever podcast platform they're listening to. They all support us on the subreddit. Hey, when our merch comes out, they're going to buy our merch and welcome everyone else into the distractible collective.
And they're going to tell us live right now who wins.
Tell us. It's Bob.
Tell us, live audience. Tell us how I won.
Bob.
Collective. Wade really thinks he's the host of this episode.
Yeah, he really does.
I don't think he gets it.
Yeah, he doesn't seem good. He does not seem good. We get it. All of my chat is saying that Bob won. And legitimately, Wade, you made me take away 2 points from you. You have 3. Bob has 4 points.
Because I wanted to peel them away.
No, it's bad.
Slowly peel.
It's left to peel. They're set in stone. If you forever put into the distractible it's on the wiki, but we will know that you did not win this one at your own fault.
Peel me like you mean it.
No one's going to peel me.
Feels good to win.
Yeah, Bob. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything to commemorate your win?
I'd really like to thank Quantum and Ratio Temporal Time Loops and whoever thought of this idea 50 years in the future that I stole it from. I appreciate you. You did good. I feel like a winner. Collectively, we all won today. Collectively, we can hear it. So, collectively, we are. Collectively, I won. And you won. Collectively.
Yeah, collectively, Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, thank you all so much for listening to this back. You can find us on our social medias, but more importantly, the more important thing is to follow us right here wherever you're listening to. On this platform that you're currently listening to this on. And make sure you hit whatever button, make sure that you know whenever a new episode gets released, which is every Monday. Thank you. Nothing else to say, nothing else to do. Just if you want to join the Batman in 50 years, let us know. Podcast out. Podcast out.
I don't.
Good evening, gentle listener, and welcome to Distractable, a Wood Elf production with your hosts, the brilliant Bob, majestic Mark, and witty Wade. This week, the side-splitting triform for today, the distraction of the perfect. Please prepare my dear friends and enjoy.
Hey! Hello and welcome to Distractable.
You're beautiful.
Anything that interests us. Hey! Two of us playing the most interesting and interesting story. They can imagine.
Damn.
Feels like one funny, mind-blowing victory. I'm joined, of course, by Mark and Wade, my co-host.
That goes back to the 1v1 too.
Oh, I'm glad. You have a... I wish to... A night luminary so. Now. For your fine. Normally this blood, since you...
Good. You all right, man? Yeah, I'm
The
fine.
cloth,
Better
the blood of any...
Questions like that, I think. Of my time living. Yeah, that's right, while you're still alive.
Can't wait to kill this guy.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Life's good. Life's real good. I recently got a new bed. You guys care? I'm not going to say the brand. It's not, we're not sponsored yet. But it's a bed that has, like, active water. It's got a little, like, pump.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile with a very exciting announcement for parents everywhere. It's called Mint Kit.
Alright guys, so here's a bar is located at the game 3 times. Don't be nervous about feel for invading. Actually, you don't have to kill anyone. You can really just invade and die if you want to. Just make sure you don't have loads of wounds on you when you do invade, otherwise you will lose them all. Anyway, use the festering bloody finger to invade people 3 times, then return to white-faced bar. It'll next give you a Lord of Blood's favour. Once you've got that, go to the Church of Inhibition. If you've not been there before, the quickest way here is south from the lift of Daedalus. It's a short...
You call it Daedalus?
He'll next give you the Lord of Blood's favour. Once you've got that, go to the Church of Inhibition. If you've not been there before, the quickest way here is south from the lift of Daedalus. It's a short trek through...
Daedalus. What's going on here? What the hell, buddy? Putting this curse on me. Blue or gray? I'm blue. I really don't know where that is. Like, there's the first board or something. He's the one that got touched by frenzy flame. Is he the one doing that shit? Hell yeah. What? Okay.
The mountains, but watch out because there is an enemy that causes your madness better to build. So try and get out of the way of that. Just speed your way right to the church. Also, you want to watch out because you will be invaded by an NPC right by the church, and when that happens, you can either kill the invader, or if you're not really confident in your skills, just run away and they'll despawn. Now interact with the statue you see in the church, and you can fast travel back to the white-faced bar to complete the quest. He'll give you a medal called the Pure Blood Knight's Medal, and you can use this to walk straight to Mulgwyn Palace.
You've complete, and with this, a knight who will assist Luminary Mo. Now, this noble blood. Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something. Never forget, for it is what binds you. You have the... Oh, another. A medal grant with the power to drive Ghana. But you mustn't. The meeting must wait. Luminary Mo, we must... Ah, one day, right, my lad?
Whatever, buddy. Ugh. I did not know I had blasphemous claw still.
use the medal as many times as you want, or you can just march right to the site of grace you've unlocked at Mogwin Palace instead. Either one works. Now here's how to get to the site of grace called Bridge Road. After this, I'll show you an alternative way to get to Mogwin Palace that does not involve far. Then it's got a little like fan radiator that you put by the side, and it keeps everything cool. And so, as a challenge last night, I turned it up to its maximum coldness. And let me tell you, the thing is frigid. I was sleeping in a hoodie because it was so cold. I love it.
Think about maybe turning the temperature back up.
No. Why would I do that? It can get cold.
That sounds amazing. That sounds like my actual
They advertise tickets. So like it's split into two sections. Like temperature.
Either top half cold, bottom half cold. It can't be both.
Diagonal. It could be a diagonal.
I would random spots across my back to be hot and wake up in a
like classic sleeping on like an early 2000s computer.
It's actually fantastic. It's not uncomfortable to sleep on. It's just like you got the bed and the top because it's like the actual radiated part is like this almost like mattress covering you on. It's a mattress, and you can kind of feel it's very nice. I like it a lot.
How much is a 16-core waterproof 4080 Ti bed?
I'm not gonna say because I don't want to talk about it. I think it's something until they pay us money.
Like sleeping on plumbing, but kind of comfortable.
It better sponsor us. This.
That's the only problem. It's got very sketchy collection of patterns, and so it
Bo poser.
Gonna get a text
Your bed like a Peloton, it's like a subscription service bed. If you don't subscribe, you don't link features and stuff. It's a normal bed. Man, $50 a month. Just holds it back.
I'm afraid of
laying on it.
Some guy named Gary's gonna call me up the next day, like, hey, you weren't sleeping.
Give your best to me the ball. That's a loser.
Weird ass injector mattress. On June 17th, flyer will open 6:30 a.m. 6:30. Why? We'll find out why he wasn't sleeping that well that night. Bad news coming to you on this.
I do get up at 5:45.
Oh. Oh my god, I break this past.
Yeah, man.
Is there a job for that? No, dude, speaking of sleeping and or not sleeping, I don't know what's happened, but in the last week I've lost the ability to sleep. Even when I'm exhausted, I lay in bed and I just start having like crazy
What's this?
of like Bo Burnham's Inside playing.
Bo Burnham. Where is it?
You seek violence, heedless of my warning, though you have been raised to a knight of the dinner. To the very of my being.
get to kill your ass. Fucking loser.
Repeats in my head at all hours. I was up until like 4 or 5 a.m. last night and the night before. Just like can't stay asleep, but I'm exhausted. You need one of your match meds, Mark?
Yeah, my man, that's not me.
Or, I have an alternative. Join me more often on GTA RP, and then stay up till 6 in the morning, then have to get up at like 10 or 11 and be so tired that every night when you do lay down, you pass out immediately. You're solved my insomnia. You just don't get enough sleep.
I'm willing to try stuff.
You guys want to play right now? You busy? RP?
No.
I can stop it.
And look, we're here to do something, okay? That's enough small talk. Very sleep. Small talk this week. Fine. We're here to play games. You like games? You have a little bit of phone, and I'll sure you perfect fine. I have this curious thought. Maybe you have a job, some situation where you had some knowledge or access to something you can play. I am one person where I can do this, I can steal this thing, or I can do this one thing and get away with it. No one can ever suspect it, and I can pull it off perfectly.
To be clear, this is a crime we would do, not one we've already gotten away with.
Yeah, don't describe past that. This is a theoretical crime.
I just googled what the statute of limitations is.
I mean, it's up to you. If you can get in trouble, but you want to win that badly, then, do what you're going to do. But if you can invent anything, crime that only you can commit, steal your own record.
I typed in statute of limitations. It's very different from statute.
Statute of limitations is a really boring statute. Make it up.
I want to go first. You didn't give us any time to think about it.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll edit in like the Jeopardy theme or something, but not, copyright-free version. The Jeopardy theme where all the intervals are inserted. Is your name Will, motherfucker? Where there's a Will, there's a Wade.
There's a Will, there's a Wade.
It worked out. Every time I look at my life, I think you're terrible and stupid, but it's fine. You ready? Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. The title is called I Did It for Love. So why do that? I did it for love. Are you thinking good way? Player 2, I'll think about it. I just want to look at the first. Oh, yeah, that. Okay. Even player 2, make it switch. Just because areas and some of them even though it's not he's not going to say some bullshit. So, because 15 years old at the time, essentially, or something like that, maybe 30. And so, the previous story was that I have to explain because such a reason why I did this. So, it was like sophomore year, and I don't remember and I could get into bonus which is but let's just say in summer I went there dance. Received my first kiss from their date. You're not invited to my house. This isn't the perfect crowd. This is a setup, right? Okay. So, like, I accidentally, or intentionally, or I didn't care, I stole one of the dates just for a phone call. And so, like, long story short, we're going to hang out at a later date. And I think it was Harry
Go.
was having their midnight release thing the following year. Dude, I midnight release of that one too. Yeah, so did I, guys. That's the one that came out before Order of the Phoenix? Yeah, before. Okay, yeah, before. Yeah. So, this person, I forget what their name is, so I'm going to call them Smithers. Yeah, okay, Smithers. Yeah, so Smithers wanted to go out to the midnight premiere of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire and invited me, and we were going to make it like a date, but they were also going to be like with friends. And I, dumb name, Smithers. Yeah, so Smithers really wanted me to come along to this, and I really wanted to go, but I had a very strict bedtime. 10 o'clock, and I'm in bed, and I can't go out. So I planned it perfectly that I was going to sneak out and go to this movie premiere. And I had everything prepared. I went to bed.
I was wrong about everything. I recently made a video about Smith's-grip weapons in Elden Ring. I claimed that there was only 5 Smith's-grip weapons. Well, it turns out there was actually 9. I missed the Smith's-grip shield, the golem fists, the claws of night, and the spear of the impaler. So in this video, I'll be going over the dagger, spear, cirque, axe, great hammer, and all the new ones too. Here's a timestamp to get you to the newer items if you already watched the previous video. Like dagger, cirque, axe, great hammer, and all the new ones too. Here's a timestamp to get you to the newer items if you already watched the previous video. Like always, I'll be starting off with the easiest.
Deep below the realm of shadow are the ruined forges. Deep within these forges are the golem smiths. These new mobs are extremely tanky and can deal loads of damage, but luckily they have a weak spot called a red crystal on their back, which can help you take them down a lot easier. Upon looting one, which is found throwing rocks at you, you'll be able to obtain the golem fists, a new fist weapon with its main scaling in strength, and can also be infused with ashes of war. This weapon's heavy attack has a ranged throwing ability, which uses 0 FP, and can also be boosted using the smithing talisman, making it a great option for throwing weapons. But did you know? Deep below the realm of shadow.
Finishing off with the hardest. The dagger can be found.
Alright, welcome everyone. So, today I'll be showing you how to farm the Golem Fist weapon. And you have to come to this cave or whatever to farm this. You're gonna have to farm the golems that wield the weapon itself, or the fist itself. Anyway, just follow the path I take in this run. And there's gonna be 2 golems that you can kill per run. Also, if you have any crystal-based magic or darts, arrows, whatever, I would recommend using it because it makes the farm way easier. Anyways, as you can see, I popped my thing for my discovery to get increased, and then this is one of the golems. I make sure to break him mechanically with my crystal darts, so he starts attacking the other guy. So now they can attack each other. If you don't do this, they can't attack each other. Anyways, the guy that I use my crystal darts on is not the person that drops the fist. That guy is just a normal golem. He won't drop anything. As you can see, he's dead now. But this guy right here, the one that's walking around, it does drop the fist. So just kill him, and then there is going to be another one up above. I'll show you him in a second. And why I use is the crystal darts. I'm pretty sure you can buy a lot of them from merchants in the main game, so it's not that hard of a material. You just need a lot of the runes. Anyways, he's dead. As you saw there, he did drop me the golem fist. It was my 3rd golem that I killed, and I got quite lucky. I'm not sure what the chances are, but I did get lucky. And these guys are hard to farm because they're tanky and good damage and whatnot, and it's just annoying to fight them. Anyways, this guy that was sitting and that's walking towards me is the 2nd guy that drops the golem fist. And I prefer to charm this guy because he does a lot of damage and he can easily stance break the other one, the one that we need to kill.
Yeah, archives.
As you can see, I
use my crystal darts on the other one, then this one gets stance broken in a second, and then he dies.
Oh.
There you go. And if one of them dies, you have to kill the other one, so you can TP away only this one waits after you've killed it. Anyways, I hope this video was helpful for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed.
Oh.
I don't name Smithers. Yeah, so Smithers really wanted me to go along to this, and I really wanted to go. But, I had a very strict bed. I walked to bed, I couldn't go out. So I demanded her to sneak out and go to this movie. And, I had everything prepared. I went to bed. I waited to hear his dad or someone go to bed, and I, waited another 30 minutes. I slept in my bed with my clothes on, because I was ready. And so when the time comes and I hear the closed door and it's quiet for a while, I slowly get out of bed. It's real careful about it. I'm tiptoeing as carefully as I can. And before I left, just in case they came in my room and were wondering where I was, I left a little note being I want to move from here. I'll come back to that note later because it's important, but I'll get it at the end. So I sneak out of the house and I don't go out the back door. It's not like our house had beep 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 alarms or anything, but I just thought the front door was not sneaky.
Too obvious, yeah.
Yeah, too obvious, sure, right? Sure. So I sneak out the back, and we have a slide door in the back, and it also is way here and way out. Not a slide door, and they're bolting up, it's like an earthquake. Yeah, exactly. I sneak out the back, around the side, but I don't go around the side of my parents' bedroom because they can see me down the side yard when next to the other very loud cheap. I sneak outside and I get it, which I was so I didn't care. It sucks doing it. And so I got in my car, and for some reason my dumbass, didn't put it in neutral and roll it out of the driveway. No, I just turned that baby onto the driveway, and then I flipped the lights for some reason, just blasting the house with lights. I'm oh shit! Waited a few minutes in the car. I was waiting for the comical light in my parents' bedroom to turn on. What was that? Sneaky. So sneaky. And then I roll the car out of the driveway and I drive to the movie theater. And at this point, I had taken so long to get out of the house, because the midnight premiere isn't always at midnight. It's sometimes at 11 here, so I snuck out at 3, but it took me half an hour to go from my bed down the hall, down the stairs, out the back, through the gravel path, and then in the car and out. So by the time I was leaving, it was 11 o'clock. So I get to the movie theater, and there's no line or nothing. It's like everyone's in the theater watching the movie, every in. So here I am. I don't think I had a cell phone at this point, so I couldn't text them and say, "Hey, I'm here. Which theater are you in?" And so what I did was I got a ticket because it was yeah, I'll take a ticket because it doesn't matter. You just get a ticket and you go in. And so I didn't know where they were. So what I did was I poked my head in every single one of the theaters, leaned over and just kind of scanned the crowd for a bit. And people were looking at me all shifty, what's going on with this guy? Where are you, Smithers? Where are you? So that theater, so I go over to the next theater, and I'm catching snippets of Harry Potter saying one at a time. And I go into every single movie theater, and I could not find Smithers, no matter how hard I looked. And at that point, it got so far into the movie, I was just dude, I'm missing out on the movie. So I just went into a random ass theater and just sat in one of the handicapped seats, and I was I'm gonna go watch this. I'm here. So I watched the movie, didn't find him. I waited outside when everyone was filing out of the movie theater, and I couldn't find him. Smithers was nowhere to be seen. So I go back into my car, standing around, and I wait until everyone leaves the parking lot. I'm like, they're not here. I'm all alone. So like, and then my first drive back home, and I filled the gas tank for like whatever and thought desperately about how to go back home to make sure that it wasn't any indication that I was out that night, because of course I thought my dad would check first thing in the morning what the odometer was, or even remember. And so I snuck it into the driveway. I retraced my steps going back through the gravel path and into the sliding door, which I had left unlocked. Sneak up to my room, and I just looked at the note that I wrote, and it was the stupidest note because it said, like, Dad, come. I know you're probably free.
How do I get in there?
I snuck out to go see, like, Smithers at the movie theater. I know you probably think less of me for this, but just know that I did it for love. I think it's from Sincerely, Mark.
Do you need to put it in an alternate name? Do we need to edit it for Dad and Mark that don't know you?
No, that's fine. Okay. I don't think people are going to confuse it as their dad.
I'll admit yet of your dad, like, he hears the car driving away and like, peeks out the window stealthily as you're driving away and is like, and then just goes to your room and picks up the letter and is just there reading it like, I don't think less of you at all, son. You go get Smithers. And he just like puts the note back in the letter. It's fine. Such a well-dressed plan.
And really, I got away with it. Honestly, there was nothing really to get away with, but I didn't even go on a date. I just saw like 2/3 of Harry Potter.
By yourself.
It was a theater that could not be more crowded, where there was only one handicap seat, and it was like right by the path that goes out the exit. So I just like sat down. I suppose it was staying there.
Oh, it's too sad at this point. And Harry probably starts off with the third as least and goes to school.
Thank you. Yeah, so that is my perfect crime that I did with love.
Literally, no one was any the wiser. I love it. Was anybody loved?
No, actually. Right. Sadly, no, because I had a relationship between me and Smithers kind of boosted that, or that they kind of stopped responding.
Like, I just got more desperate. I was hoping you'd be like, I started peeking in, I find them, and then I just resorted to just running from theater to theater and just peeking around the corner and be like, Smithers. See if anyone looks. The whole movie theater full of hundreds of people's experience of Harry Potter.
I'd like to think I'm like awakening some strange memory in someone when it's premiere and they're like, yeah, this weird guy walked in the movie theater. Right? Just like looking around, down for
It's me, my love. Here's to find out who Smithers and Sabu are.
Yeah, so that's my perfect crime. No one will ever know. No one will just never know.
So, it's unrelated, but it's a picture that I've saved across multiple cell phones. And they're quite a while. And I believe it's from the Midnight Premiere of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Because it's a picture, a very grainy old Android picture I have currently saved on my phone of a theater sign that just says Harry 3 Dicks. Because it's Harry Potter 3D IMAX or something, but it was just like the way the sign cut everything off, and it just says Harry 3 Dicks outside of a theater. And to this day, it's the funniest thing I think I've ever seen. Another romantic love story.
No, and I don't even know if you can call that a love story. There really was no love, and I hope that somewhere in my parents' house that letter is saved. Unless for some reason I would believe that I burned it, you know? I believe that I probably burned it. There could be no evidence.
You got back, you had like a trash bag sitting, you put your clothes into a trash bag, you could take them separately to be disposed of so they wouldn't smell hot butter on your clothes when they were doing your laundry, something like that. I feel like everyone I don't have a specific story about speaking out, but like all of those things you described are such big emotions in my childhood. Our back door was so fucking squeaky. And the way my parents' house is structured, the back door is like under their bedroom, you know? And there's actually like a laundry chute from their closet to a closet right by the back door, which is also by the garage door. So there's like no good way out. I have so many memories of, I mean, I was a good kid. Don't listen to this. I'm dead. But I have so many memories of like getting to the back door and just like taking one tiny step at a time, and unlock the lock, and it clicks and then echoes through the whole house, like all that stuff. Kids are morons. Pretty dumb. Very dumb. I mean, but also, yep, perfect. Yeah. Her, maybe your pride, and no one was caught.
Smithers is good.
All of them. Smithers, do you want to come on the show? Your interview with the show. Like, kind of like that low, like, yeah. I like to think they're on like a really torn up couch, like in a one room like apartment, sitting there watching like a really tiny like 1950s TV. And they've got like it tuned in somehow where they can listen to the audio for the podcast, but there's nothing but snowy static on their screen. They're smoking a cigar and they get it off. They put on the cigar and they go to a library. They log into Facebook trying to reach out to us. That's your life, Smithers. Reach out. We want to hear it. Really like that in your head. An old 1950s black and white TV and Facebook are the same level of outdated technology that one person has access to. That's what everyone thinks anyway. Wow. Good story, Mark. Definitely some points for that. Points for you.
Thank you.
X number of points. Ooh. Wait, did we sufficiently stall for you to come up with something? Yeah, so I had two stories. I forgot the quote. I'm still going to bring it in. Alright, well, take the live player game. Live player version. Perfect. That makes so much sense. Alright, so you know how, like, we feel like online forums, or like, they'll have, like, text dating things? You meet somebody that's, like, actually offering their voice or video. Yeah, typically, like, yeah, like, let's make music, maybe, have a bar, maybe, and you meet someone, and eventually you find out they don't know, you can plan, like, maybe a date, figure out where they live, okay, but you don't live, okay, figure out where they live at, and you know what you do, what? Then you get to be your own player too. And when they come back, they're very confused. Perfect crime. I cut out like 9/10 of that for you to dodge the murder. You're welcome. Well, I have to say, it barely seems like a crime if you cut out the murder, I guess. Oh, it's breaking and entering. Yeah, well, only a little. Plus, no one was there, so is it really a crime? Is it not a crime to break into someone's house and not home? I'm pretty sure. I've learned anything from TV. It's that you can do whatever you want as long as there's a camera on you and no one else is watching. Wait, what crime did Mark commit? Did he just, like, break his dad's rules? House levery. Yeah, exactly. Is house levery worse than breaking and entering Grand Take Auto?
I did drive without a license.
Oh, yeah, that's probably illegal.
Yeah, that's right. It's extremely
super illegal. You know what? I lockpicked into their apartment without a lockpicker or locksmith. Or maybe we heard. Alright, so you know, like the being players do, I've got I'm just curious chaos for that. Better for you than you. Well, you get the any of that, getting a different job, and you just have someone working out on the computer. It sounds like
The swords. Nope. Not this time. What?
You can take a water balloon. They're nice, right? You can get water balloon. I like one. Yeah. Alright. So what if I had like one of those wagons full of water balloons, okay? Those wagons? One of we talked about these on the show, like the red wagon, like the wood thing around. Okay, like a removable side red wagon. Okay, like normal pulley wagon. Okay, so you get a bunch of water balloons, however much it takes to fill up. They're ready to go. These are water balloons that are ready to go. And you go to like a park. Okay, a park where people like having picnics, walking their dogs, doing that kind of thing. Like just a good old fashioned relaxing park. Find a spot kind of like hidden where not too many people go range of like being at the park. And bring a shovel, you dig a hole, you put the water in there, you kind of loosely cover up the weight, like cover. You get the wagon, get out. You come back, later day, next day, whatever, and you dig out the water. Crowd in one day, and start where it's like hard to get water. You start to catch up, you don't get out. That kind of just sounds like you mispronounced it. Alright, hoisting up. I feel like wait. Right, the one better. Seriously, okay? That is a crime. That's definitely what I feel. Yeah, up there. That's perfect. That's like you're standing in front of I definitely don't. You build a catapult and you love it. Standing in kind of a public place. It's been hard to conceal sounds and activities of a catapult. Meant a jetpack to fly way overhead for the human. When it is a jetpack and bombing, that's scary. Massive stuff. It's like the actual attacks that happen. You know what? I got it. Okay. Fuck the ass and fuck the syrup. What you do is you build a shrink ray, okay? And you become like a monkey tamer and you tame a bunch of monkeys and you shrink them. And you give the monkeys little tiny shrunken life jackets, okay? And you put them in the balloons, fill them with water, but you leave enough air to where the monkeys can float and get some oxygen. And what you do is you get a small plane and you fly over the park and you drop your monkey bombs. Okay, but it's like the egg drop thing in physics where you drop the thing and the egg has to be okay. So you get to where the monkeys land safely because of their life jackets and balloons, maybe peanut butter or whatever the hell. But you train them to run around and steal everything valuable. And they're so small that it's hard to detect them. All they can see is like their watch running away. And then they meet up with them in the case. You get other places, right? Make sure they're not following. Following them, like you're affected. And then you get rich, right? Actually, that's getting knocked out of okay, what if you train kids like legit? What if you say you train them and show them a picture of something like psychological? Yeah, I'm saying you like that's successful in this mission. You made an assassin chip and you just let like a guided mission. Monkey is like one part, like releasing it into ventilation system. Like the monkey that you train, so you
squeeze. Yeah, like if monkey was like so good in an event, like what do you do? Teach them
We
how
all
to
dodge
fight
that.
transit stop something. I mean, it's not because
You're the brilliant supervillain zookeeper, right? Dog again. You're spinning. Yeah, sure. Maybe you build reputation. I think if we live in the real world, it'd be pretty hard to get a monkey without there being they would be hard without that ship making like financial record. Get rich enough to have like private jet and fly live and get a fly back.
I feel like if you
Oh,
raise
so like,
kind of outside, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's top one.
Okay, like the monkey is there. Go to the monkey. So
I mean, like if you're there, you're already in the realm of what I'm living outside the law. People don't know that it's illegal to eat. No, that's not what I'm saying. You're misconstruing my idea. I'm saying if in America, if you have access to monkeys, you're gonna know that you have trouble, right? Unless you got a husky to kill all the people that gave you the and everyone started to train 3 monkeys, one to go after the people that sold you the monkeys, one to kill the other monkeys who doesn't squeal, one with the mission. This is not a kind of murdering killing. That's the entire premise of this. Perfect crime has to be the most heinous possible. It's about getting away with the absolute utmost thing that you can get getting away with. Right?
there we go.
Absolutely 100% correct. Alright, so my water balloons are full of damn it, they're still monkeys. I don't think you can improve on monkey water balloons, I gotta be honest. They're tiny monkeys that they hold hands and get into a circle and they go around someone's neck, but they slowly, like, one monkey leaves, like Duck Duck Goose, one monkey leaves, until, like, the group is so tight-knit that it's choking you to death with a circle of monkey necklace.
Yeah, but that's the question. What is the most heinous crime? Like, you could blow up, like, the world, but that not necessarily a crime. I don't think there's a law written for don't blow up the world.
I think it's eating the last chicken wing and not offering it.
God, you think so small. Think big. Yeah.
Okay,
Fine. Think bigger.
I think the most heinous crime has to involve, like, the limits of human technology. What you gotta do is you find someone who's, like, deeply in love. Like a couple of people that are deeply in love. And you figure out which one would be easier to sort of, snatch up, whatever, a rich person. So that's easy to accomplish, I assume. And what you do is you would take it. You buy out all the
Good evening, gentle listeners or watchers.
There we go.
Cheers and welcome to Distractum. This episode, Maudlin Mark finds a library bare, then challenges the chaps to play Spy v Spy. All loving.
All the seats on a Virgin Galactic flight, and you rig it so that it doesn't just go into low orbit and then come back and land and everything. It goes permanently into a geostationary orbit directly above the home of the lover that you stole them away from. And you angle the Virgin Galactic space plane, whatever the hell it is, their craft. There's a big reflective bottom on it, I assume, because space stuff. Angle it so that it shines the light of the moon or the sun or whatever you can catch directly onto the house that the lover lives in, into the windows. Their entire life is ruined by the existence of a spacecraft that houses their beloved in space, where they shall never reach them. Plenty of food, air, and water, by the way, on the spacecraft. Not trying to kill the person, but you just have them endlessly suspended 100,000 feet above the love of their life. And they just know, like, it's not going to end well. There's nothing they can do. You can't just go into space on your own. That would be such a torment, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm thinking, like, you know, comic book levels of heinous crimes, like stealing Mount Rushmore. How would you perfectly steal Mount Rushmore? Or like the Eiffel Tower.
Well, you take my monkey shrink ray.
You have a monkey shrink ray? Just specifically for monkeys or operated by?
Well, that's what I use it for primarily. But you just hit Mount Rushmore with it. It becomes like a small little rock. You put it in your pocket, you got Mount Rushmore.
Okay, well, if we're in the world of magic technology, then I guess you could just do anything with that.
Oh, condensing and atoms. That
I think the way that you steal Mount Rushmore is not by actually taking possession of it, and you don't like put other faces on it or something that would basically be impossible, but you artistically alter the faces so they're like really off-putting.
Hi guys, Basic Gamer, and I hope you guys doing well.
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do-It-Yourself by February 28th.
Well, having a fabulous time, so today we are here to check.
Oh, it's like when people restore art, and they do a really bad job of restoring the art, but you do it for Mount Rushmore.
Damn, I'm just gonna call art restorers out like that. But yeah,
some of them are awful. Good God.
No, that's specifically that one. What was it? It was like a picture of Jesus in South Africa somewhere, like Jesus art. restoration. No, I'm dead serious.
Is that the one that looked more like Ronald McDonald after they were done?
I mean, I don't know what you think Ronald McDonald looks like, but if this looks like Ronald McDonald...
Oh, okay. No, yeah. I can see that. It's a botch up.
For people that still can't see anything because our website is so good, how would they find this image?
I don't know, look at what I just said. Jesus art restoration. Bad.
Monkey Christ is what that picture is referred to as. Oh, man. What the hell happened?
He kind of looks like a really poorly drawn sloth.
It kind of looks like they showed the...
What?
And had a really good time.
I mean, the eyes are bad, but look at that mouth. Look at the demon eyes. He has no irises.
Yeah, the fully blacked out eyes.
Yeah.
I think that's like a glare, like the little glint in the eye.
Well, then in that case, he has no white of his eyes. He just has black eyes.
Also, the neck on this man.
The neck.
What a neck.
The beard is gone. It's just hair, no ears, and neck beard.
God damn.
In 2012, Cecilia Jimenez, an 82-year-old widow and amateur painter, attempted to restore Ecce Homo, an almost century-old fresco of Jesus crowned with thorns in her local church in Borja, Spain. Despite a valiant effort, the tragically failed restoration went viral. Jimenez attempt was met with
Jimenez,
uncivilized
wine.
I took 4 years of Spanish, therefore I have no excuse. I should be ashamed. But oddly enough, the impact of it drove so many people to come visit. I believe it was like in a church or somewhere. I don't know, but it like drove like a pilgrimage for people to come see this thing. And in a lot of ways, art is just what makes people feel something. So like people look at this and they kind of feel, hey, look at that.
I 100% feel something when I look at this. When I look at this restored painting.
I wouldn't insult someone's art.
Yeah.
The difference is this is supposed to be a restoration as close to the original as possible. If you have to restore something, isn't the idea to make it look like it once did, like when it was first made?
I thought that was true until I learned about this.
There is not a single part of this that looks close. The hair is different. There's no longer the crown. I mean, I guess the closest you can get is the nose. The color of the shirt is the same, I guess, but even that has weird, like, what are those, like, frilly things clowns wear, like, on top of their shirt, like their neck part where it's, like, the white frilly thing?
Oh, yeah, the poofy thing.
Yeah, their entire shirt looks like a wine-soaked
Yeah, right?
What are the ruffle things that clowns wear around their neck? It's called a ruffle or a ruff. It's called a ruff.
Oh, okay.
It's a ruff. R-U-F-F.
Well, yeah, this is pretty rough. It's a rough restoration. You set it up. I just hit it out of the park.
Yeah, you did, man.
Park of the monkeys.
You crushed it.
You know what? This is the perfect crime. We found the perfect crime. Become paint restorers and ruin everything ever.
This woman was like, yes, I'll convince them that I know how to restore art.
Yeah.
And then I'll take their apparently worthless piece of art and absolutely desecrate it.
I'm shocked that there isn't an NFT being sold of that restored painting. Like, just to really smash it into 21st century. Just really pull this all together.
This isn't the only one of these, right? There's like several really awful art restoration things.
Oh, there's been tons over the years.
I mean, it's hard. You essentially have to be a good artist to do it. So I imagine it's quite difficult to restore art and make it look good and actually make it match in a way and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. It should be really difficult, but you shouldn't volunteer to do it unless you can.
You gotta learn somehow.
Yeah, you gotta learn. This is a different type of idea. I just put something in the Discord. It's like this building. No one can see this. No one knows.
Ah, yes. I too want to take a castle and then turn it into like a mustached White Castle.
Yeah, it is literally White Castle. Like it's a restaurant now.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
God, the world of art restoration.
I like the big arching windows that turn into tiny little like cubes.
Gotta keep it storm safe.
Baby Jesus! Baby Jesus!
Okay, baby Jesus literally has a red demonic head in that sculpture.
Baby Jesus!
Well, that's just undried clay. Okay, listen.
Today, we're going to be talking about a weapon that was just buffed with the recent patch 1.15. You guys don't know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about the Golem Fist. Now, this weapon wasn't actually buffed, it was actually fixed. Before patch 1.15, it wouldn't work with talismans such as the Axe Talisman, the Spike Crack Tier, and it wasn't working with the Smithing Talisman. Now that everything's fixed, what once was a powerful weapon has become, in my opinion, the best fist weapon in the game. Before I go further, there will be DLC boss spoilers, which will happen at around the 6-minute and 17-second mark. So let me talk about the weapon first of all. It's a Smith's Grip weapon. It's found in the DLC, and it's actually a farmable weapon from the golems that use the same attacks where they throw their fists at you. What makes this weapon so good is that the charged heavy, not only does it hit with both fists, but since it throws out 2 projectiles, 1 from each fist, that means for status effect builds, you're going to be hitting 4 times per charged heavy, which means you're going to be proccing Bleed or Frost with 1 charged heavy and 1 charged. Not only does it hit with OC, it's actually a farmable weapon from the golems that use the same attacks where they throw their fists at you. What makes this weapon so good is that the charged heavy, not only does it hit with both fists, but since it throws out 2 projectiles, 1 from each fist, that means for status effect builds, you're going to be hitting 4 times per charged heavy, which means you're going to be proccing Bleed or Frost with 1 charged heavy and 1 light attack. Not only are you going to be proccing status effects rapidly, but you're also going to be proccing the multi-hit talismans every time you do a charged heavy. So let's go ahead and go over the talismans that make this real quick. So you're going to be focused on charge attacks. You're going to want the Axe Talisman. This is going to boost your charge attack damage by 15%. Now keep in mind, with my testing, this is not going to apply to the projectiles. This is just going to apply to the charge attacks that you hit with your actual fists. As I said, we're going to be proccing the multi-hit talismans. So you're going to want the Rock Sword Insignia. You're going to proc that Max Tier. You're going to get an extra 13% damage. This is going to synergize well with the other multi-hit talisman we're going to be using. Ghost Prosthesis. At Max Tier, you're going to be getting another 11% extra damage. Now again, this is going to be a weak build, so the last talisman swap is going to be the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. When you proc Bleed, and you go to proc completely, you're going to get an extra 20% damage for the next 20 seconds. Now this is actually going to synergize with the mask that we're wearing, the white mask. This is going to stack with the 10% damage boost that you get from the white mask anytime that blood loss occurs in the vicinity. For the rest of the armor set, we're going to focus on the Relic Shastra armor set for an extra 6% damage. That's 2% damage per piece more. We'll be using the chest, gauntlets, and greaves. As for the seal, we're going to be using the Dragon's Beacon seal, preferably at +10. Now, I'm not using any incantations, but you're going to have a 294 incant scale in the stats that we have. The last piece of equipment that you're going to want is the Great Turtle Shell. This is going to help stamina recovery by 7%. Now, what about for bosses that don't bleed, you're saying? Well, instead of the white mask, you're going to switch to the Mask of Confidence for +3 arcane. Switch to Lord of Blood's Exaltation for the Dagger Talisman, and you're going to change the affinity on the Golem Fist to a Colt. The Dagger Talisman is going to give you +17% to your critical attacks. However, another viable talisman that you can use will be the 2-minute turtle talisman from the DLC. This is going to boost stamina recovery speed further by 25%. And as you can see from the gameplay, our charged heavies are using quite a bit of stamina. Now, to even further increase our damage, we're going to be using Golden Bout, which is going to give us +15% all damage, and give us +10% damage mitigation. For our bottom buff, I recommend crafting Blood Bowl Aromatic. It's really mere physical damage. This is going to give us +30% to our physical damage. It is going to give us -20% damage mitigation, but it's also going to give us stamina recovery, and it's going to last for 60 seconds. If you don't want to craft Blood Bowl Aromatic, that's perfectly fine. You can use Glendrax Supreme as your body buff. The gameplay, whether anyone can bleed or not, this build is going to work. It's going to be a level 50 build. You're going to want 60 vigor, 14 mind.
Art thou now assured? Now.
and the DLC. But before we get into spoiler territory, let's go ahead and go over the stats to make this build work. It's going to be a level 150 build. You're going to want 60 vigor, 14 mind, 24 endurance, 45 strength, 10 dexterity. We're getting +5 from those. Prosthesis, 11 intelligence, 25 faith, and 40 arcane. You're going to use golden bow and flame grant strength or blood bowl aromatic as your buffs. I chose a prophet as a starting class because it's 1 more point for min-maxing if you go with the hero. And in the physic, you want the spike crack tier and the thorny crack tier. So let me go ahead and show you where you can get this weapon. Again, you're going to have to farm it. So starting from the Morth Ruins site of Grace, head northeast across this pond. There's going to be a tunnel. You're going to head through a second tunnel going west to the Ancient Ruins base.
That winning feeling you love? Bring it everywhere you go with the Hollywood Casino. Your next big thrill is just a tap away.
Whenever I meet a new NPC in Elden Ring, my first thought is always, when can I kill you and steal your clothes? With White Mask Beret, that urge to murder and wear his face arrived very quickly. But when I finally did exterminate this jerk, all I got was his weird flower hair. Luckily, I figured out how to get Beret's mask, so you too can look this stylish and creepy. I'm Jamie Latour, and this is where to find the White Mask in Elden Ring. To get your hands on this mask, you need to reach the Moatwind Palace region. I previously covered how to get here in my last video, and that's linked below in the description. But to sum it up quick and easy, you get here by either completing Beret's questline or using a portal that's found here in the consecrated snowfield. Where we need to go is this big, bloody lake. It's easier to get here by using the snowfield portal, as we're working near a site of grace that's close to the shore of the Blood Lake. But it may take you a while to reach this late game area, and we want that creepy white mask right now. You can get to the lake by using the pure blood knight's medal that you get from Beret, but you will need to get by these red Elven Earth guys with devil horns first. They themselves aren't too tough, but they summon gigantic ghost skeletons that can be a pain, especially if you're below level 90, which is about the recommended level for this region. Be careful around here. This douche. Well, the white mask is actually a really good piece of headwear. This weapon is a percent rate. Whoever been uses some scarab and some alpha have it tremendous weapon. So for the rest of this video, I'm going to showcase this build against some of the upper bosses in the DLC, especially the end game boss. If you don't know who this is yet, I suggest you go ahead and turn the video off now and come back to it later. Just to talk about the Golden Fist one last time, I recently did a full game playthrough, base game, and DLC using the Golden Fist. In the playthrough that I streamed, I used full affinity, and I was doing pretty much the same amount of damage as I'm doing in Blood. If you want to see that, I'm going to put the links to the bots in the description so you can check it out. But again, because of the 4 hits that you get from a charged heavy, if everything connects, this is going to be a static effect building machine.
that's going to be it for the commentary. Hope you guys enjoyed the build. You're going to get an extra 20% damage for the next 20 seconds. Now this is actually going to synergize with the mask that we're wearing, the white mask. This is going to stack with the 10% damage boost that you get from the white mask anytime that blood loss occurs in the vicinity. For the rest of the armor set, we're going to be using the Rakshasa armor set for an extra 6% damage. That's 2% damage per piece worn. We'll be using the chest, gauntlets, and greaves. As for the seal, we're going to be using the Dragon Communion seal, preferably a +10. Now, I'm not using any incantations, but you're going to have a 294 incant scaling with the stats that we have. The last piece of equipment that you're going to want is the Great Turtle Shell. This is going to help stamina recovery by 7%. Now, what about for bosses that don't bleed, you're saying? Well, instead of the white mask, you're going to switch to the Mask of Confidence for +3 arcane. Switch to Lord of Blood's Exaltation for the Dagger Talisman. And you're going to change the affinity on the Golem Fist to a Colt. The Dagger Talisman is going to give you plus 17% to your critical attacks. However, another viable talisman on Fist to a Colt. Switch to Lord of Blood's Exaltation for the Dagger Talisman. And you're going to change the affinity on the Golem Fist to a Colt. The Dagger Talisman is going to give you plus 17% to your critical attacks. However, another viable talisman that you can use will be the Two-Headed Turtle Talisman from the DLC. This is going to boost stamina recovery even further by 25%. And as you can see from the gameplay, our charged heavies are using quite a bit of stamina. Now, to even further increase our damage, we're going to be using Golden Bound, which is going to give us plus 15% to all damage and give us plus 10% damage mitigation. For our body buff, I recommend crafting Blood Boil Aromatic. Since we're doing pure physical damage, this is going to give us plus 30% to our physical damage. It is going to give us a minus 20% damage mitigation, but it's also going to give us stamina recovery, and it's going to last for 60 seconds. If you don't want to craft Blood Boil Aromatic, that's perfectly fine. You can use Flame Grant Strength as your body buff. This is going to give you plus 20% physical damage and stamina recovery speed, and it's going to last for 30 seconds. So as you can see from the gameplay, whether your enemy can bleed, this build is going to get you through the base game and the DLC. But before we get into spoiler territory, let's go ahead and go over the stats to make this build work. Focused on charge attacks, you're going to want the Axe Talisman. So let's go ahead and go over the talismans that make this build work. Since you're going to be focused on charge attacks, you're going to want the Axe Talisman. This is going to boost your charge attack damage by 15%. Now keep in mind, with my testing, this is not going to apply to the projectiles. This is just going to apply to the charge attacks that you hit with your actual fists. As I said, we're going to be proccing a multi-hit talisman, so you're going to want the Rotten Wings Sword Insignia. And when procced at the max here, you're going to be getting an extra 13% damage. This is going to synergize well with the other multi-hit talisman that we're going to be using, Millicent's Prosthesis. At max tier, you're going to be getting another 11% extra damage. Now again, this is going to be a bleed build, so the last talisman slot is going to be the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. When you proc bleed, and you will be proccing it frequently, you're going to get an extra 20% damage for the next 20 seconds. Now this is actually... right now.
I'd hoped to was stripping. Don't fresh. Should you I will teach. I need your name resting at the rotting. When the herb but Millis for this, seek the needle. First, it's hidden, then I will tell the secret.
want to play this modded so bad. Ugh.
Hey!
What's that girl doing?
So up to the top of the town. Yes, called Flame. You'll see just beyond there the fog business. Two more such towers. We have one that's just over there, and one that is just over that way. That's it.
There we go.
I'd say the Golden Fist would be near S tier, but currently I can't say that, and I'd have to play them around a low A tier or high B tier because their raw damage output is still insane, despite all the bugged issues. But I thought it would be interesting to put one of the buggiest weapons in the game to the test and attempt to defeat all 11 major bosses in the DLC using only the Golden Fist weapons for damage in my top from Wish Earthbending Cosplay. As for the rules, I can only use the Golden Fist, no summons, and no Great Runes, which is pretty much it. So if you enjoyed watching me fight all 11 major bosses in the DLC using only the Golden Fist, please leave a like and subscribe for more DLC weapon breakdowns and boss rush weapon tests in the next video. Like, those are really good. Just to like spam that really, really fast. It might be better with just these, you know. Damn.
There was the name of the ship was the winds blew up her boat, deep down the flow, my bully boats flow.
Got her ass. Hi-ya. Easy. This is why we go Endure, by the way. In case you were wondering why the Endure. I think it's pretty solid. I think there are just some objective flaws. I wouldn't recommend it to be like, you know, S tier or anything like that. Oh, no, run. This is how I died last time. The hitbox is so weird. That just did 10k. What the fuck? I mean, I know he's weak to holy, but that was pretty fast. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. Ow, I should have rolled there. Oops. That's good. That's some good damage. Ow. I feel like I should have stance broke him there, but I guess I didn't know. There we go. Chill 6k. Chill. Pretty strong so far. That's why you take Endure, by the way. Just for that. Yeah, stop your shit. You don't get to do that move. I get to tell you what to do. Bye-bye. Let's see. So she should be fine. Yeah, stop your... That's why you take Endure, by the way. For that. That's why you take Endure, by the way. For that. Yeah, stop. You don't get to do that move. I get to tell you what to do. Bye-bye. Let's see. So she should be fine. She shouldn't be that bad with this. Oh yeah, she is not good at this. She is not good at this one. I told you she was going to do this. Good night. Bye-bye, Romina. Good night. Yeah, I told you she was going to be easy. She was going to be real easy. She's like weaker to strike damage, weaker to fire damage. Oh my god. Oh, did I perfect counter that? I did. Can you stop?
My flesh.
I was trying to test out the combo on it. There we go. Oh, I'm stuck. No, I can't get the... Oh, I'm stuck. There we go. I just wanted to finish him off. Heal. Really good. What? Huh? Did he just hyper armor my fucking attack? Excuse me? What the fuck was that? I don't know. He didn't get staggered. He should have like 0 poison in that face. There we go. He's going to do his phase when he gets up, so we're just going to spam some light attacks. There we go. Guard counter's nice, though. I don't think I'm getting the perfect guard exactly, but... that hitbox is weird. There we go. Fisted an old man. Wait a minute. There we go. That angle's a little bit weird. Just on the mother fingers. That's just gonna blow. No! Why did she hurt so bad? Nice. This is very sloppy, but we should be able to kill her here. Easy. Be greedy though, Sorrow. Be greedy, because you always be greedy, Sorrow. Come on. Die! Nice. Okay, that was really, really sloppy. But again, I have like no armor. I'm also like kind of cosplaying, and she's really tanky. Like, how am I supposed to get a jump at him? He always moves his head. Look at that good damage. That's such good damage.
Okay, protecting the mascot.
That was such good damage, guys. Like, okay, no, they gave him a belly hitbox. He never used to have that. I know for a fact that I've fought him so many times. He never used to have a belly hitbox like that. It's new.
I got to see him. Oh no, he's punky.
Come on, can I not suck him out of this? Whatever. I mean, this run's like...
Get wrecked.
Easily. Compared to my first run, this shit's flawless. He just never used to have that, like, belly hitbox that he has now. God. So, like, usually what I did is I could hide under his belly. It seems like you can't do that now.
If you are my flesh. If you are my flesh.
God damn it.
Bomb the cliff!